Ahoy, crypto pirates. Thank you for joining me, KNTX, on your newest FN Hangout. It is Friday night, and of course, my screen froze just like that. Awesome. Love this camera. And away it goes. Sorry about that, guys. We had to pull the rug. You guys love rug pulls. That's why you're in crypto. I'm certain of it. I know you guys love the rug pulls. So we had to do a rug pull so we could course correct the ship. We had some settings that were still left over from Joker stream, and we had to go back in and redo everything on one of the systems. No big deal. We got it all fixed, so I apologize. So, yes, you can hear me. Yeah, aim high. That's right. Hey, appreciate you guys for joining me tonight. Yes, Captain, I did do a restream, just so you know, but for some reason, we are not showing up on Theta. So someone disconnected our RTMP on Restream for somehow, some way. No big deal. No big deal. We'll go ahead and fix it eventually, maybe. Anyway, this is your show. I want to apologize to you guys for showing up late. So my son had a baseball game out of town, the next neighboring town over, and there was just no way I could get here in time to be on time. So I apologize to you guys for that, but it is what it is. And here we are, man. So let me see if I can get my camera to start working again. In the meantime, let's see here. We got Identity Block, who's given me a hard time on pretty much every platform. So I appreciate that. I think you even tweeted me. Balliot Brand, Marcavelli. We got the producer, Crypto King. We got Mudhog. We got Hextoshi, Pay Me Hex, Hexander, Big Gunner, Nash Hex, David Morales, Super Hex, Miss Hexquisite, J Everything, ISO Serenity, Hexican Sweat. We got Bob Saget. We got Give Me Liberty or Give Me Hex. Been a while, gentlemen and lady. Thanks. The one, I'm hoping you're talking about Miss Exquisite. Trustless, Sandy Bernardo, Randy Hilarski, and Dorsey78. Oh, how can I forget Cabana Crypto, as well as Tripod. So glad to see you guys all here, man. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for showing up. And we got Gomer Pyle in the chat. What's up, Tim? How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing awesome, man. How you doing, KNTX?
I'm hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. Nice. Just trying to rush to get here in time, and I knew as soon as I left the baseball game that I wasn't going to make it in time. So,
did your boy win?
We lost by one run. One run. So, that's I'm letting the captain know. Back on in Theta. Oh. And so I'm not sure why we aren't streaming Joker on Theta. That would be a great place for him. Joker run Theta 2. So that was good quality content. You guys get to see me text the captain. So he decided to make family plans without consulting me first. So here I am. Otherwise, I could have told him, no, I won't be on time, but we will still have the show. But it's all good. We're here now, and we are at all-time highs today. So, yes, hey, who knew?
Yeah.
So, did you see the wick on Staker app?
Not recently. I haven't been on Staker app for about an hour or so.
For about an hour. I'm not in this position, but I would love to be in the position that some of our OG Hexicans are, that every time Hex goes up 1 cent, their portfolio on Staker goes up by 1 million. I wish I were in that boat, but that's not me.
I'm not quite, but I'm close enough that I don't have any complaints.
There you go. I love it. Oh, I love it. So I was watching the happy hour, and they only day 43 OG saw it, but we wicked up to 0.086 cents according to the Staker app.
Yeah, I just looked at that now. I actually did see that wick earlier today when I checked my app the last time.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Well, and then it wicks back down to 7 cents and gets eaten right back up.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I've been watching the charts pretty much every day the whole time I've been in Hex because I'm a nerd like that. And, you know, it seems like whenever we reach a certain threshold, there's people that sell, and that's just human nature. So I'm kind of used to it. You know, I like to hear people talk about, you know, we're going to $1 and all this stuff. But the fact is, every step along the way, there's going to be people that are going to dump to a certain degree. And I've come to expect that. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's like my big goal was if we got the 3 cents sometime this year, I'd be happy. Anything else above that would just be gravy for me. So
Ooh, yeah.
it's all downhill from here. So it's, you know, life is good.
Yes, I agree. Well, we got another OG Hexican on here, very
good.
well-known gentleman who would, I'm sure, like to make a comment on how rich he is. So please do that, Randy Hilarski.
Right.
What up, everybody?
It's good to see
Randy.
you. Long time no see, man, or too long anyway.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, I just got to say, tonight I got really emotional.
Oh, really?
I just, when I saw that wick happen, I'm going to pull this closer. I started tearing up. I walked out into the living room and my son's like, "Daddy, what's wrong?" I said, "Dude, this is one of those times when there's nothing wrong. It's actually everything's going up.
Everything's too right."
Yeah, I'm still kind of getting emotional right now. And
oh, that's cool.
Anna came over and she gave me a hug. I'm like, "Look, I'm not going to say the numbers, right? But
yeah.
Holy fucking shit."
I know.
You know, I've been in crypto a long time. I made a lot of money in crypto, but this is just mind-blowing, life-changing for everybody involved.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that is so awesome to hear. And I think more people need to hear that. And I apologize, Maddie. I have failed to post a video yet, man. It's been so damn crazy. But I definitely need to post a video on Twitter, as Maddie has asked all of us, for a testimonial of how it's changed my life, and a giant thank you to Richard Hart.
I do have a question about that. Markable had requested people make testimonial videos about a month or so ago, and I made one for him, and I'm wondering, are him and Maddie collaborating?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so if I already made one for Markable, that's my contribution then.
Yeah, I asked him about that, and he said yes, he's going to use all of our old videos.
I mean, I don't mind making another one, but I've already made one.
Nope, you're good. Use that one.
Cool.
So this is funny. This cracks me up. Liberty. I wonder what Randy Hilarski's real name is. Maybe someday he'll tell us. And he wants you to tell Ed Bugos from Crypto Vigilante he's wrong about Hex again.
God damn.
Everybody's wrong about Hex.
They've all been wrong. How do you deny that chart?
Yeah.
I just don't understand. Like, okay, you don't like Richard. Okay, he promoted it like a scam. Okay, but show me where on the chart it hurt you. Show me where the chart hurt you.
I even private messaged Ed because, you know, I don't talk to Ed very much, but we're friends. And I private messaged him, like, "Look, man, this is about 3 to 4 months ago. So it's time to get into Hex." And he just never did it, you know?
Huh.
There's a couple of team members at TDV that have Hex, so no worries.
Okay.
Not the Crypto Vigilante guys. Those guys even have me blocked. They won't talk to me either. But the TDV guys, they're a little bit wiser, in my opinion. You know, I guess, you know, because I'm there to do the social media, they don't respect me for my crypto side, but I've been doing a crypto fucking long time.
Yeah, man.
So,
how would you listen to the guy that's been there? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Most of them have too, but you know, it's their own thing. That's their show. TDV is separate than Crypto Vigilante. They're two different things, so they get to say what they want. But I'm surprised about Ed. I used to have a private crypto group on Facebook going back, 2015. I think that's why I started it. And a lot of OGs that you know were in my group. It was about 55 people. And these guys are all huge in crypto. I mean, look, Heidi and her husband,
Chacos.
Toby Chacos, I mean, they cut their teeth in there. Ed was in there, Jeff Berwick was in there.
Nice.
This was a really strong group. And I'm surprised that they don't trust me more when it comes to Hex, because I was there at Hex day one, telling everybody, look, guys, this is something different. And they are right. The website was the only thing that turned me off.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't pretty. I wasn't a huge fan, and I never sent anyone to the website for that reason. I mean, a few people I did, but for the most part, I tried to stay away from that.
But that's what they used for ammo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then later on, it was the OA. The Crypto Vigilante guys, their big hang up is the OA. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not a hang up for me. Even Jeff Kerdakis, the founder of Trust Swap and something else, Uptrend, his big thing against it was the OA as well, right?
Yep.
And then when I tweeted about that bet that him and I had that we'd be a 3 billion market cap by May, he actually said that, hey, look, the things that I thought were negatives ended up for the community being positives. The community looks at the OA as a positive thing, and he goes, I looked at it as a negative thing. So, hey, to each his own.
So a lot of people are making this comment. I just got to step in real quick. I do got to give props where props are due, dude. Your rooftop musings are badass, dude. I love them too. Everyone else in here does. Brianna, which we also know as Brennan in this community, is scared you're going to fall off every time he watches it. So I always worry. So you've got a camera, but I thought it was you doing it from your phone at first. And I was like, dude, he's going to drop his phone and he's going to have all of his crypto on it and it's going to just splat on the sidewalk down below. Yep. That thing's sweet.
Nice.
Nice little handle for it. Nice.
Yeah, it's got a gimbal, so it always looks nice. I mean, I think they're about $500 on Amazon.
Cool.
So really badass. The DJI Pocket 2. If anybody is looking to do personal vlogging where they're walking around, or I mean, you can even just set it up on your desk and record yourself, right?
Yeah.
So they're really great, and they have a built-in mic, 4 mics on this thing.
What's the quality it's supposed to be?
They go up to 4K.
It is 4K?
Okay. Go up to 4K. I don't do it in 4K because it takes up too much space.
Yeah.
And look at what Richard just did with his AK video. It took almost 2 days.
Almost 2 days before I could watch it. I was like, come on, dude. Yeah.
Okay, hey, Market Valley, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
What up? How's it going?
Good, man. It's good to see you.
Very well.
Yeah, good to be seen. Another all-time high day, just day after day, no big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal. Just another day in Hex.
Well, I tweeted earlier that Hex was designed to be the #1 crypto. And if people actually believe that, then all of the features that are associated with Hex, you would understand why those features are there. Because before Hex even launched, like Richard's first video, he's speaking before a conference in Europe, and he's telling the people, if we're going to have the top quality crypto, it has to have certain characteristics. And he mentions those characteristics. So that's built into Hex. So it's like, if you actually believe the design intention, then there should be no suspicion about things like the OA or where the ETH went or all this other stuff that people got hung up on at the beginning. I mean, Unfortunately for me, when I tried to explain Hex to different people, the only reason people didn't get involved is because they just didn't understand cryptocurrency enough that they felt confident putting money in it, not because they had prejudice against Richard or Hex itself.
I had a similar scenario with people who had been burnt in 2017. So I've run the gamut from people who are like, oh, I'm not getting into that scam again, that cryptocurrency scam, all the way to, I just don't know enough about it. I don't feel comfortable getting in, to those who are like, I'm interested, but man, I just can't figure out the wallet and the staking stuff. And it's like, I wish I had more time to onboard people one-on-one. That just wasn't a possibility. So actually, fortunately, I've sold not quite a few, but I've sold on behalf of Coffee. I've sold a couple of his, more than a couple, but I've sold his program and it really walked through. There's some 70-something-year-old gentlemen that I know that have bought that course, and it's because of his course that they are in Hex today. And we're talking tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm glad that they were willing to invest $200 in his course so that they could, which I don't know if I have the description and the link on this particular video since we had to reboot it. But if anyone needs a place to send them, just send them to that hexpassiveincome.com. I don't even care if it's our affiliate link or not. If you've got your own, just let people know, guys, it's totally worth having someone walk them through this process, and he really dumbs it down for people. So it's good to have. So MT Coiner, thank you, sir, for the $5. Rock on, Hexicans. Yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day to be generous. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but Whale's repo video last night was fire too. That was fire. And he turned on, for those of you that aren't familiar with the legacy finance system, that is an education all in itself. And that stuff you guys need to know for strategies. So for keeping your money. Making money is easy, especially in crypto, but keeping it, that's a big deal. Yeah, there you go. Randy knows all about this.
Fuck.
Can you elaborate?
I bet 7 figures a couple times. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I love that the fact that he turned on his super chats too last night. And man, Hexicans are so generous. I just freaking love it. Hexicans are so generous. So know that, yes, you could. He was right. You guys should be buying T-shares with that money. But it is much appreciated because it does help. There are expenses to streaming, and hopefully that pumps your bag more than just buying another T-share.
If it's going to Whales, it's probably going right back to T-shares anyway.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to pump the price, and it's going to be on he's going to continue broadcasting the message to new people.
And, Whales does so much work,
Yes.
putting all those charts together. And, he's not a day one OG. He's only been involved in Hex for a few months. So, he doesn't have, these, I don't know how many T-shares he has, but chances are he doesn't have nearly as many as those of us who got in from day one. Yep. So it's like he deserves to, get tips and stuff like that. Totally.
Oh, I agree. 100%. These guys work hard.
Yeah.
You guys, those of you who have never streamed don't understand, like it's a chore. It is a chore, and you don't always want to do it. You don't always want to come on. You don't always feel up to it. Sometimes you don't have the greatest of things to discuss. Like, it's a chore, guys. And so it's really nice when you guys show the love to those streamers. And more than anything, not just the love as far as monetarily, but just the thank yous, the personal DM saying, thank you so much for sticking it out, for being a voice, in the darkness to try to bring people to this product and to pump our bags for us. Hex Toshi, one of the most generous Hexicans I know. Thank you, sir. $15.20. That's a very random amount, but if CoinMarketCap ranked us properly, currently at number 6 tomorrow, where would the price go in one day? Dude, I bet we'd beat out Binance if we got put on CoinMarketCap and we didn't have not just the gatekeeping there, but if just the presence there would, I think, shut up a lot of the influencers.
Yeah, I heard we passed Ripple, and then we passed Doge, and it's just like, wow.
We passed Cardano. We passed Cardano,
but I don't got volume
today.
Yep.
We passed Cardano too. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, we did, but we've fallen back because a bunch of people have been selling since 8 cents.
With the Rug City there for a second.
Yeah,
I'm in the show, but
right?
I can't hear.
What up, Johnny? We see you.
You
I
guys
love the
need to-
background. I like the Johnny's background's pretty cool.
Oh, that's super cool.
You guys need to upgrade your internets.
Yeah, well, it's my freaking camera. So I don't know. We haven't discussed it. So we've got one until he gives me the okay to let everybody know who he is. Well, first off, let's address this. So Dolomite, $20. Thank you, sir. Can you make a simple math? Does not matter what price you get in. If Hex is $1, one T-share will be $18K. You'll be making $5.80 per day with that T-share bought at $1. Same thing if Hex is $100. Does not matter what price. That's the beauty of it. So I'm going to circle back to this as soon as I finish explaining what I was saying before, because it has to do with Whales' streams. And I've realized it in the past, but he reiterated it, him with Axis Alive, that just their stream together just reiterated it to me. And I'll come back to that point in just a moment. But we have one very, very supportive Hexican in the background that hasn't asked to be public in any means. And he has financially donated a significant portion of money to this network to help increase production value. And we haven't applied any of those funds yet, but definitely a new camera and a new streaming setup for those who are going to need it, including myself, are definitely on the table. So that is definitely something we're going to do. And so until I'm allowed, or until I get his okay to discuss who that person is, I just want to say thank you guys so much for being so amazing. And literally, I've never seen a community like this before. So generous. So and that's not just crypto. That's in any community, period. So, and it's nice that we're all getting wealthy together. So this is great, man. We got 15 years of this, guys. I hope I can stick into the streaming that long, and I hope you guys will continue to join us on all the shows leading up to that point. But going back to Dolomite Hex's point, the only thing that Hex is correlated to is T-shares. Because it is tied to USDC as a stable coin, we don't see the huge price fluctuations because we're not paired against Bitcoin specifically. But to a lesser degree, we're tied to Ethereum versus USDC. We are the only thing. It's funny. It's a compounding echo chamber. So as the price of Hex goes up, the cost of T-shares goes up. And as the cost of T-shares per Hex goes up, ratchets up every time someone gets an ROI, the price of T-shares makes itself go up even higher, and it's going to be harder to get. The payout's going to be bigger, and as far as the T-shares per day is going to increase, causing FOMO, causing people to buy more Hex, and the price go up. So it's a compounding echo chamber. It's an amazing system. Like, it's something I didn't realize from the beginning was going to be this powerful.
Shut up a lot of the influencers.
You know, I want to say, like,
and then we passed Doge.
Is that you, Johnny?
Wow.
Is that you, Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Johnny. I just muted him until he's ready.
I just had a stake come out. It wasn't a very big one, but it was still one of my original stakes, my day one or day two, day three stakes, whatever, when we didn't know what the hell we were doing. And so I had this nice stake come out, and I said, what do I do with it? You know, I don't need the money. Like I said, I'm not going to sacrifice a lot for the Pulse thing. So I say, you know what? I'm just going to stake it out. So it's so funny. I didn't have to stake the whole thing out to get more T-shares because this stake was only a year and a half old.
Yeah.
So I staked, 10 years and a little bit longer there for the next one. So I'm like, what the hell?
Can
This
you
is
guys
so
hear
amazing.
me?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
So I don't.
He's
know.
watching the. You're watching the delay. You're watching the lag stream.
Until he gives me the okay to let everybody know who he is.
Yeah,
Well,
he's not listening to the StreamYard. He's
don't
listening.
No, he's listening to the
$20,
stream.
thank you, sir.
It won't let me mute him.
Does not matter.
I'm gonna have to bring him down for just a minute till he unfucks his shit. So
Yeah, he's got to listen to the StreamYard and just like watch the chat on his phone or something is what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
that's what I do. Yeah.
yeah.
So I just want to tell people, if you've got these early stakes coming out that we screwed up on,
Yes.
take them and stake them out longer and get more T-shares.
Absolutely.
Totally.
That's one of the narratives I actually want to popularize, even though it kind of shows our own learning curve. Is staking. I don't know. This 2017 did what it did. Richard Hart seems like he's got great integrity, but who knows if this product flies, if it gets on exchanges. Maybe I should stake this for just a year. Maybe I should stake it every day to have daily cash coming out and be flexible. So all of the things that we've gone through in our evolution, people that are coming in, like Kareem famously came in, not that long ago, but he learned from also the people that already participated in Hex. The things that you put out there as content that people learn from 6 months later, a year later, and they say, hey, maybe a daily stake doesn't help me because I'm going to have a high transaction cost. I'm going to have taxable event every single time. Maybe I don't want to be glued to my MetaMask and my laptop, and I want to actually go on vacations, right?
Yep.
So the things that we've learned over our own learning curve, people say to me all the time, well, I think I kind of missed the boat on Hex. Dude, you can do better. You can do better because the narrative of a dream account, set that first. The narrative of, work your way back and think in a longer, it's not necessarily diamond paper hand narrative, which has been crypto for 10 years. It has been, what is your mentality? When do you actually need the money? Like, is it retirement in 10 years, in 5 years? Are you going to have a working life? Are you 20 years old? Are you 50 years old? What, look at what serves you the best. And everybody that's a public figure in the Hex core community, we all have different backgrounds in some degree. We all have different jurisdictions and rule sets and things like that we live by. We have different people we support, different perspectives, but it still is, it's not a one size fits all product. It is something you can tailor specifically to your goal set. And
That's true.
I just think that Hexicans that come in new and fresh and say, hey, I don't have that much buying power. Okay, fine, you have time. Or someone else that says, I've got great buying power. Okay, you may have a shorter period to get to what your goal set might be, right? It's just an amazing product, it's an amazing community. A lot said for this community.
Oh, I agree. There's not enough words. There's not enough heartfelt comments out there to explain the beauty that comes from people's hearts when they come out and say things to us and support us. And you guys, I love you trolls. You guys are awesome. I love all the trolls in the chat. And in your own way, I know that's love. But some of those personal DMs we get that just I can see why Richard really enjoys those comments more than anything. Thanks, Richard. You've changed my life, and I don't expect anyone to send me a DM like that, but it's just nice to know that you're appreciated for the work that you do in this community, and you guys are extremely supportive. Hex19, finally, he gives with a comment. This guy always donates, and he never has a comment. So thank you, Hex19, for commenting with something with your super chat. So going to be a happy group at Hex Las Vegas meetup. Unless the sacrifice starts as soon as you guys all get there.
You mean you're not going?
Nah, I can't go. I cannot go. I've got 2 meetings out of town. Yeah.
I thought you were going to be there, man.
No, I wish. I wish we could meet in Vegas, Nermorians. I really do. I really wish we could. I've got 2 meetings this month for the insurance industry, and they're like back to back, and it's like I gotta be out of town, and being a family man, and I for one of the meetings I'd have to miss the meetup in the first place. So unfortunately we'll not be able to make it. Thank you, the 08. Smash the thumbs up, guys. Hex family, smash that thumbs up button. It is awesome. Ooh. Yeah, I wish more people did understand shares at the start, me included. But we know that at this point, it's worth going long and strong. I mean, that 20% extra per year really adds up, and then to get it for an extra 5 years, you max out at 10 years, but then you get it for an extra 5 years for that last 15. So it's amazing. I like where Funding Jim's head is at, where, that dream account, that narrative of maybe a little bit longer to realize the gains that you're looking for, but it's completely possible with this product. And the nice thing is there's meat on the bone for the next guy, regardless of what the price is with Hex. Yeah. That is what's so beautiful about this. So Marco the Hexican, thanks for the $10. Love you, Hexicans. Best family ever, man. Much love for real. Yep, absolutely.
Another thing to keep in mind is, now that we do have this savvy and experience, we're getting actually a do-over, the do-over of Pulse Chain version of Hex, the do-over of, if you look at the dollar amount when Ethereum was $100, $150, whatever it was when the AA first started, like the first days of AA, whatever that number was, you actually should look back and say, okay, what was the actual dollar amount that I threw in on day whatever, and look at that. Go back and look at your staking history. Look at the date that you participated. Look at the price of Ethereum if you put in Ethereum on particular days. Do that calculation. Do that math. Maybe it comes up with a certain dollar amount, right? And with that dollar amount, think about your potential staking narrative, your investment strategy, your plan when it comes to the p-hex staking, because you basically have dollar, yes, but you have very low price point per hex on p-hex versus
True.
e-hex dollar value. So while you might have gains in the e-hex element of Ethereum, the regular hex, consider your buying power of T-shares. What is your dollar cost of a T-share on p-hex? Do that math and say, if I had it to do over again, even though I've been in hex for 2 years or 2.5 or 3 years around Richard and this narrative, what would I change? And the dollar amount matters. Your buying power matters. There's a finite number of T-shares. There is a scarcity model of T-shares.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something to really consider. Sit down, do the actuarial math, figure out your history, right, and consider that you get an opportunity for a do-over.
Absolutely. And the funny thing about that is the cost of, as the cost of hex goes up and the cost of shares ratchets up every time there's an ROI, there's an even more finite amount of T-shares. There will never be more T-shares in the system than there was at the time of Big Payday. There will never be more T-shares. That was the ultimate. There's no way that there's enough economic energy out there to buy up enough hex to put into T-shares to ever have more than what there was at the Big Payday. So think about that, guys. I am willing to bet money that the daily payout per T-share, once this big set of stakes comes out in the next month or two, it's just going to go from 6 to I don't even know what, but I know it's going to go up. It has to. It has to.
You mean it's daily payout?
Yeah, the daily payout per T-share. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I finally caved in and had to make another stake and get another T-share to round up my T-shares.
Bad idea. No, yeah. the best idea you ever did.
It's like a toothache, man. If my number of T-shares is not like a square number, it's like having a hangover or like a toothache or something. I just can't live with it.
Well,
you guys are so OCD, man. I'm like the fucking Jackson Pollock of hex. I just buy and throw shit at the wall.
Just throwing it.
I like that.
And you end in 2 years, and you end in 7, and you end in 3, and 4 sounds like a good number.
That's all I do, man. I swear to God, that's all I do.
I love it. Oh, that'll get me that many T-shares? That looks like a good number. 369. Yeah, I'll take that. So. Hey, you guys, I'll be right back. I got a baby that just cannot be consoled for some reason. So give me 1 second. Let me try to help out Mama. You guys don't burn the ship while I'm gone.
Try not to.
Yeah, we'll try our best.
Gary, are you still down in Miami?
Yeah, I'm at the Rebel Capitalist event right now.
Okay, I saw the picture of you and Bob Kiyosaki earlier today. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, that was about 2 hours ago. Coffee and I are really getting good inroads on the networking, and I wanted to say in general to the Hexicans in general, because I did tweet that, and it's easy to put people like on their guard. Twitter can be sometimes toxic and stuff like that, and Hexicans are pretty good about it in general, but sometimes it can turn off a networking opportunity. So This is really about us, one, learning from guys that are in the real estate space, not necessarily in the crypto space of this thing. There's a couple of people that are crypto commentators, like Mark Moss or Breedlove. Breedlove 22, he pretty much talks a lot, Robert Breedlove. So they're going to be on the panel as well. But like Robert Kiyosaki is an intellectual property guy that wrote a book, and the writing of a book he licensed to multiple countries and has an annual revenue from other people distributing his intellectual property. And then he parlayed it into part of it into real estate and part of it into what he believes in, which is the gold narrative. So that's his trend, and that's effectively made him a billionaire, right? So he's an interesting guy. He's had a long trend of history of building a successful business and brand. And yeah, it's good to know these people in general, because they do impact the economic space outside of crypto. There's still going to be people interested in real estate. There's still going to be people interested in having some percentage of a company that produces a service or a product, right? So you're not going to get away from saying everything should be crypto instead of stock. Everything should be a tokenized real estate, element. So I just want to kind of be like Nerd Girl about this is opportunity for Crypto Coffee and myself to make inroads on behalf of Hex by basically just becoming familiar with the people that are in this narrative and in this influence space.
I've read 2 of Bob's books, and I really enjoyed him a whole lot. He seems like a great guy. I'd love to meet him sometime.
Yeah, my favorite one is Sales Dogs. And a lot of people have never read that book, but that book was it wasn't written by him. It was one of his other people that just used his label. But oh my God, that dog's amazing. I actually did a YouTube video I did a presentation about it for a bunch of young entrepreneurs, and then I turned that into a video. Robert really changed my life. I just got out of the military. It might have been just POSing or getting out when I read that book, and it screwed me up, because for 10 years I struggled, because that really put the entrepreneur thing in my mind, and I never was settled. I could never work a job. I quit 6 months later, a year later. It just couldn't do it. So, yeah, but Mark Moss, I want to say Mark Moss, please talk to Mark. I know he just talks about Bitcoin all the time, but he seems like the type of guy that's open-minded, and he will get Hex right away, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, so I prepared a lot of the things you guys have seen before, like the NFC cards and the QR cards and stuff. I made basically swag bags for all the panelists, and I made their own platform cards. So it's like Mark Moss, it's all of his branding and things like that on his card and so forth. And so yeah, I'm making pretty good networking with these guys in my giveaways. Coffee's seen it in action, and these guys are really engaged, so it's pretty cool. So I can see Mark I know that he's made a lot of commentary about positive commentary about Ethereum and things like that. I think he's pretty much like 1,000 Ethereum kind of guy or something like that. I know he's been commenting before about having that when it was like $100 each or something. So I don't know how early he got into stuff, but he's been like an Ethereum guy too, in addition to Bitcoin kind of guy. And he's a brand guy. He's a startup brand marketing guy. Out of all the different people that have platforms established, like websites and Instagram accounts and YouTube stuff, Mark pushes it the most, right? Mark is more of a branding guy. So I think he'll get, the narrative of 100% uptime, the narrative of, even though Richard may be gruff with certain personalities, I think that Mark would get it too. So yeah, I'll engage Mark as well.
If anybody's out there and have never seen Mark Moss, check out his latest series he just did about timeframes like the fourth turning, talking about 250-year cycle, the 80-year cycles, and discussing why we're going through what we're going through right now, and how the technological cycle that's happening right now, and how Bitcoin is at the forefront of the technological cycle. You got to check it out, guys. He will blow your mind. If you've never read the book Fourth Turning, also read that, because it's kind of a preview to what the 3 videos he just put out. I just want to say that.
Nice.
Well, the other people here are like oil industry experts as far as energy people. It's probably like 700 attendees and like 13 or 14 panelists. So it's a good
really? Yeah. So there's like 700 people there attending?
Yeah, I think they sold out at 500, but then 500 people also have like their date or their partner or their girlfriend or something like that on some of these.
Wow. Nice.
I really wanted to go to the Nomad Capitalist event that they had in Mexico City a couple weeks back. Robert was there as well at that one. But, you know.
Yeah, that's a good channel, again, for people to think about. You know, like obviously, Randy, you would know a lot because of living outside the U.S. for some time. Yeah, so Nomad Capitalist has got great content about, like, even if you don't engage and say, hey, I need to be a passport holder in Switzerland too, or something like that, it is good to at least warm your thoughts about being a global citizen instead of a single cultural citizen. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say just let everyone know about what's going on in Panama. They're getting rid of the Friendly Nations visa, which has been really popular over the last 10 years. It started under President Martinelli. Well, that's going away. It was like $5,000 for the lawyers, $5,000 in a Panamanian bank account, and you get residency here permanently. Amazing, right? And you have to set up a corporation. That's going away in August. So I got all these people messaging me, what do I do now? What do I do now? I want to come to Panama. I want to set up shop. What you have to do now is they have a digital nomad visa coming out, but you have to prove that you make $3,000 a month to qualify for that. And it does not lead to permanent residency. The other one is you still have the TEEK investment. It's like minimum $21,000 investment, but that leads to permanent residency, which is the goal. Temporary residency is cool, guys, but permanent residency is badass because that's kind of like having a passport. And, you know, like when things were bad during the beginning of the CV stuff, if I was in the US and I wanted to escape the US, even though travel was banned, because I'm a resident of Panama, I could have left. So, you know, those are the kind of things that it gives you the ability to leave. You know, that border wall between the US and Mexico is meant to keep Americans in, not to keep out.
Everybody out. Yeah. Anybody out?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, just prepare yourself, get ready, because a lot of you are going to become really financially free in the next couple of years. And it behooves you to get yourself a second residency, a second citizenship, or just go to Puerto Rico, set up shop in Puerto Rico, even though I don't love that one. But, you know, hey, you got the baby.
Yes. Sometimes Dad just has the magic touch. So.
Aww.
And I do recommend, if you guys want to do it, make sure you visit those countries first. Don't do stuff.
Yes.
Don't do it online. Don't do it from.
Yeah.
Go
Agreed.
visit.
Marcus malingering. Yes, they have a. So one of the bars that nightclubs / bars that is going to be hosting Hexicans that they had to move the event to. I was actually talking to Louis and T Money about, well, actually Louis about this specifically. They have a broadcast studio in there that they do podcasts from, and they have given us the opportunity to use it as Hexicans. So someone will be doing a live stream, and I believe at least Maddie. So maybe Balliet Brand can show up. That'd be awesome. $5. Thank you for the $5, sir. And Balliet Brand, shout out to KNTX for holding down the fort. I didn't have a choice. Captain decided he was going to go on the Catalina cruiser tonight. So the Catalina mixer, if any of you guys have ever seen Step Brothers. So boats and hoes, baby, boats and hoes.
Catalina wine mixer.
That's right, Catalina wine mixer. That's what it is. That's right. I just saw the last part of that not too long ago, and it was probably within the last week when we were traveling in Wyoming. And I haven't seen that for years.
Haven't had a carb in 3 years.
I love it. He's like, anything changed? No, not really. I started taking baby aspirin.
Yeah, that's
so
one of my
random.
favorite movies.
Yep, it's awesome. So, hey, thanks, Balliet Brand. We appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw some of your video of, what was it, a big bunch of acreage out in Colorado, or?
Oh, yeah. That thing you were showing KNTX.
Oh, yes. Yes, on Thursday. I want to buy the compound that what's his name that started the Discovery Channel built.
Right.
Gonna get some Hexicans in on that one. We're gonna buy that.
We can make it a Hexican timeshare, you know.
That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, man! You get like 50 people to put in like a couple $1,000,000. I mean, it's not that much.
It really isn't. I mean, compared to what we're gonna have.
I know.
T-Don, I love it. Prestige worldwide.
The guy that started the Discovery Channel, the Hearst family used to own Discovery Channel. I don't know if they still do, but is it a different founder or something?
I think
don't
so.
remember his name.
He's the guy that didn't he buy it from Nat Geo or something like that? I can't. Jack or John? I know it starts with a J. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I can go back to that video, but regardless, it's just the most amazing place ever. Except for it doesn't have an ocean, so RG3 said he was out. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's like everyone's really, gonna have that financial freedom, and like you want to do whatever's best for your tax bracket, and you want everything to work out for you. And like me, I'm only 34, and I haven't even been thinking about having money like this. So it's just like, I don't know what to do. I'm watching all you guys' streams, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where are you guys going?
What to do. I know what to do. Funding Chip knows what to do.
Yeah. I'm trying to hear as much from you guys as I can, because I've been thinking about like maybe going to Costa Rica. I got some friends down there, and I don't really know.
Even more American friendly than Costa Rica is Belize. It's less commercialized, and it's almost exactly the same.
Yeah, I've been talking about wanting to go visit Belize for a while. I've been looking into it and just looking at stuff online. Houses are actually really cheap there. It's just, I'd like to take a cruise there and spend like a week there and check the place out. But I could really see myself having property there.
One of my mom's best friends has a little casita on the water in Belize.
Nice.
And they love little old American ladies because they buy all their little trinkets and tchotchkes. And man, they treat the Americans so good when they're there.
Yeah.
If you can go somewhere where your buying power as far as dollar value buys more, it is kind of like even if you do pay taxes to exit a country or to basically pay your taxes and keep residency in the States and live part of the time in a different country, it effectively is just as good. Because
I've heard of that.
Your buying power might be double, right?
Yep.
What it means. So, a lot of people are, if you like you mentioned something about going abroad, a lot of people, they may not have that comfort to even think about it. Say, I'm only known this is where I'm at, this is where my family and network are. And so they're kind of locked into where they exist. So to be bold enough to step outside of the border, the world is a big place, dude. Americans are less than 5% of the population of the planet. So it's really something to get outside of it while you're a young guy, especially.
Yeah. I'm really trying to look into that stuff more and more.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. You're going to have to. As Whale said last night, it's one thing to make wealth. It's a whole nother thing to hold on to it.
Right.
Yep. It's exactly right. So yeah, you do your research now. That's right. Failing to plan is planning to fail, especially when it comes to taxes and wealth. Yeah. So thank you, Marco the Hexican, $50 stake it for the baby. God bless. Quattro Cinco future Hexican whale. I believe she will be.
I remember hearing a statistic one time many years ago that said that like 75% of Americans will live and die within 50 miles of their high school.
Oh my goodness.
And it's like, I just knew when I heard that I was not going to be one of those people.
So you moved that night.
So it's an interesting statistic. It's a little bit skewed, but it is based on our like male, female genders also, because the statistic as far as North America actually is very close to being 50% of all females live within 50 miles of their mother, where their mother is. 50% is on average. Or not, sorry, I'm sorry, I made this mistake. It's 80%. 80% of all females. Wow. 80% of all females live within 50 miles of their mother. Partly is once they become childbearing, often they want their mother to help them instead of their mother-in-law to help them.
Yep.
And then 80% of all males live 500 miles or more from their mother. So it's an interesting statistic because we do have like this pioneer, go over the horizon, let's see what's over there kind of thing. And typically when we do find a partner, whoever we might be partnered with, and find that discovery, often when you, again, decide if you are going to decide to have kids, where you migrate to is close to her mother, not close to your mother.
Yep.
So it's an interesting.
It's funny you say that because we were in Wyoming last week trying to scout places closer to her mother. So my wife's mother.
You got a baby right there, you know, in your cradle, you know. So it is part of our, like, we think that we plan our life, but a lot of it is just instinct. Like our instinct drives where we go and what we do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And did you know, Nibbles, that you can actually breastfeed? Did you know that you can just
Does that work? Does that work?
Oh, come on.
just tape a can of milk to your chest and you'll be set, man. You're all right.
Yeah, sounds good.
I got nipples, Fokker. Can you milk me?
Nipples.
Oh, how appropriate of a nickname for me, huh? I'll have to thank Cabana for that one. That's great. But yeah, it's true though. I mean, as much as I love my mom, we live in the same town, but I mean, we could talk on the phone quite frequently, but it wouldn't bother me to be 500 miles away from her. Not that I'm looking to distance myself from her, but yeah, I just don't have that pull to my mom like she does to her mom, especially since we had kids. And her mom is like the ultimate grandma, the Mimi that takes care of everything, like just absolutely loves and dotes every waking moment with her grandkids. So my wife wants our kids to be close to that, and I don't blame her for that.
Well, part of it is also our biochemistry as we go through an arc of a lifespan. Similarly, like, you know, women, when they, you know, not to be crass, but when they breastfeed and when they are in maternal path, they're releasing oxytocin. It's a bonding chemical in their hormone system. And so, like, a lot of that stuff draws you to be a nurturing, family-oriented personality. Males, you know, when we're young, especially, we're much more testosterone driven, and it's not as much of a bonding. It's more about like fight or flight kinds of benefit to us. We tend to, as we get older, if we survive long enough to have wisdom, you know, not to be evil Knievel and wipe ourselves out too much, you know, then when we get old enough to be wise, then we start to become more like bonded, you know, like more like community driven, altruistic, you know, things like that. So it's an interesting, like when you look at the demographic and dispersion of where you start out versus where you go, it's interesting to see like the male pattern and the female pattern overlaid.
Yeah,
you can't say male and pattern in the same sentence without male pattern baldness coming to mind. Just want to throw that out there.
Who's sensitive?
And now Randy Hilarski is going to come to mind every time I hear that.
Yeah, men are like waffles, women are like spaghetti or whatever.
Yeah, I just used that the other day. I just said that the other day. It's absolutely true.
Yeah, the one I'm used to is men are like a chest of drawers, and women are like a ball of wire. So we have these neat little drawers that we tuck everything. Work has its little drawer, family has its little drawer, and it all tucks away nice and neat away from itself. But everything in their ball of wire, everything touches everything. So there's all the feelings and emotions mixed up with the interactions of the day, whether it was at work or family, is all touching everything else. So
yeah, I use the you know, a house has like a living room, a kitchen, you know, a bedroom. It has those things where men kind of go through compartments. So our mind space typically is like a house. And we say, hey, I'm hungry right now. You know, all I care about is I'm very one-track mind. I'm hungry, like feed me. And then we have like, you know, whether it's social space inside of our mind or, you know, like you go to your garage and your very mechanical space or whatever. So we kind of compartmentalize ourselves to focus. And then females are often more like living in a loft. Like you can see the kitchen, you can see the living room, you can see everything from the same vantage point. So like you just said about the ball of wire, it's very much like you might be having a conversation you think is about lust and love, but she's seeing something else in the same space of her head at that moment. So it's different.
Yep.
Yep.
It's that statement is So underrated. It's so true. That's my breast, baby. That's my breast. You will get nothing from those. I tried. Yeah, it's just funny the difference is. But I will say, especially for you young guys, those of you that aren't married, it's when the thing about opposites, be careful about opposites, because first they attract and then they attack. Then as you go along farther into life, you start to realize, what the hell, me and this person don't have any freaking of the same interests. So like that was really exciting when we first met, but now it's almost a detriment to us.
Well, there's an argument, biological argument, about what is the lifespan for humans. You can say the theoretical, when they look at actuarial tables, is that accident would take you out within 600 years if you were effectively immortal outside of trauma, right? So if you actually, the slip and fall, the car wreck, things like that, your statistical limit, even if you were immortal, would be 600 years. But what were you, 1,000 years ago? What were you 100,000 years ago? What were your ancestors' lifespan? The harshness of the environment without technology or agriculture, and you're just basically fending for yourself as like this weak little, primate or whatever. I wonder sometimes, like, how long are we supposed to be here? When you said something about attraction, and first they attract and then they attack, we didn't live to be 20 that often when we were fucking cavemen.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, attraction is good enough. I'm not going to be a 50-year-old with this person or something, because nobody ever does that.
No one made it to those ages, unless you were Methuselah.
Fred Flintstone barely did it, and he had all these other benefits.
Yeah. Jonathan DIY 9.99. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Thank you for being great teachers. I've learned so much here. I'm just surrounding myself with smarter people than myself, and so I recommend you guys do that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and now we're getting gassed up with the longevity stuff, and so now we got to really plan for our futures, and picking the right person to do that with is one of them things. Richard Hart's my choice.
So the moral of the story here is marry another dude. So
hit me up on Grindr.
You can find me on Grindr, OnlyFans, and Tinder.
Guys, marriage is not all that bad. All right.
No, it's not. I love it. There's everyone, you hang out with someone long enough, even a best friend, you start to get on each other's nerves. But there's definitely advantages to having the other sex's view on the situation that you may find yourself in. So it's and when it comes to raising kids, you can't convince me that there's not. I mean, the most well-rounded people I know are the people that have a mother and a father that are still together and in each other's lives. So there's a lot of advantages there, guys.
I'm seeing numbers on Staker app I haven't seen before. Are we at an all-time high right now?
We were.
I thought we were at 7.7. Is what I just saw.
Yeah, we're at 7.7. We were above 8, and then it wicked back.
Was it a wick up and then a wick down, or was it any time at 8?
Well, it was at 8 just a few moments ago, but then we came back down to 7.7.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, I watched that Looked Into Crypto show or whatever it is that Coffee and all these guys do.
Yes.
Two people that are, the short, like if you look at the trending, you are seeing like short stake 2 days, 7 days, like significant stakes. Like, I just saw one earlier, it was like $1 million staked for 2 days or something. And so everybody's kind of like waiting, I think, and they're like, "Oh, maybe I'll just get $2 worth of interest or something,"
Yeah, so, I liked what Johnny Chaos was talking about. He was only live for a little bit on the other streaming app, but he was talking about markets and how when you have people with, 135 million hex and they want to, sell into a pump or whatever, how that can like really affect the market. And it's just like, how much power we have as, stakers and early adopters, like how we can, with the low liquidity and whatnot, how that's actually, can affect things in certain ways. So it's like, what's best for the community. I'm always learning, and it's just funny. I mean, going in the trading app and hearing people talking about whatever, and then just like basically roasting everyone in there for trading is just, always trying to do what's best for the community, because
we actually have a more powerful community than a lot of people actually understand. There's people in here that have decades, if you put us all together, hundreds of years of real estate experience, hundreds of years of how to finance things experience. And let's say that you make $1 million in hex. Do you need to cash out $1 million because you need a pile of $1 million? Not when you actually have knowledge from other people inside of the community. And you figure out, an FHA loan takes this, and this is the thing you should buy probably as your starter home, a fourplex. Be there for 6 months on a VA loan. There's all kinds of things that you don't get in other, whether it's crypto communities or not, that are, because other like groups, they really are about trading. They are about like, I want you in this thing because I want a bigger pool to sell into later, right? The staking mechanism of Hex, the cross pollination of information and knowledge is very useful. So even when you make your gains, like, I'm talking with Crypto Coffee just recently, and all the things he's learning here at the Rebel Capitalist event is about tax strategy. It is about real estate. It is about depreciating assets that you already hold, right? And when people think about, I want to be rich, they might gravitate to a number and say, I need $1 million. But they don't know what the fuck $1 million does. They have no idea that they don't really need $1 million to have $1 million lifestyle. Really don't, right? So I'm not saying that people need to be in a precarious position. They actually need to be in a strategic position. And strategy is, cashing out your hex is probably not the wisest thing to do. Restaking, taking off interest, what I tend to do for the past many years has been, I built a personal credit portfolio about my access in case of emergency. Oh my gosh, I need capital for this reason or that reason, whether it's entrepreneurism or I don't know, I need a kidney or some shit, some health insurance-y thing. Like, oh yeah, like I can afford that. I'll just put it on a Chase credit card. That's all good. Stuff like that, right? And I'm just saying that you can glean knowledge from other people. You can basically not have to put you in a position to sell the thing that is performing the best of your portfolio, right? People in emergency don't sell the thing they want to sell. They sell the thing that they have to sell, because that's what the market will buy, is the thing that they have to sell, right? So you just learn a lot more from the Hex community in general, because we are in an altruistic position, to basically share that knowledge that doesn't compete with us.
So when Hex lending?
I know.
Doesn't like that at all, right? You put it into a third party and then they liquidate against you or something. I don't know.
Like Salt was the first one. Then there was ETH Lend, which is now Aave.
Right.
I'm really good friends with the founder of Salt, so we could talk to him and just get our own Hex branded version. But I was thinking maybe we could get loans against stakes, future stakes. And I know that Firebund was working on the ability to transfer stakes. So, I don't have a problem with a portion. If I'm getting money or having money lent to me, obviously I'm turning over the collateral, right? Or putting the collateral into like something. I don't know how. You're a finance guy, not me. Yeah. So you put the money in there. And
So would you rather have debt that is secured by collateral by a third party that gave you money, or would you rather have debt that's unsecured?
Unsecured every time, unsecured.
If I'm borrowing, that depends on whether I'm the lender or the borrower.
Yeah.
So if you're the lender, of course you want collateral, right? You want security that your funds, if they don't return to you, that you have collateral you can sell into a marketplace and remove. But if you're a borrower, right? If that's what the structure is, the strategy is, and again, so I do this about every 6 months. I pay off all of my credit card stuff. I'm almost always at 0% interest rate anyway from strategy. And so I'm at a low interest rate. I pay for the stuff that I need in my life, travel, trip, housing. I run an LLC, whether it's in profit or not. It's beneficial for you to run a company. It's not necessarily about profit if you're in crypto gains, especially. So there's all kinds of reasons that I pay everything off every 6 months or so, and then I just burn it again, right? I just go through credit effectively and efficiently. And again, if you're going to leave assets to family, would you rather leave a stack of assets that are physical or collateral or hex or some kind of commodity or real estate that's free and clear versus again, it sounds bad, but I would rather die in debt than die with my collateral in someone else's hands. So I like unsecured shit. It's the best.
Awesome.
If you're smart about it, if you're using it to basically just be a consumer, you should buy assets that are cash flowing first, and have the asset cash flow pay for your lifestyle. You should be in a position.
I agree 100%. I've heard, and it made so much sense to me, 3-4 years ago, the first time I heard Robert Kiyosaki talk about how he wanted to buy a Ferrari.
Yep.
They had the money to buy a Ferrari, and Kim told him, nope, sorry, you got to buy an asset that'll make the monthly payments on the Ferrari. So he used that money to buy an apartment complex, and then the cash flow from that is what he paid for his Ferrari with.
Yep, that's exactly right. And that's again, Kiyosaki is a great example of that. His narrative of sitting down for 6 months and writing a book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad book 25 years ago, licensing that out, 6 months of IP, right? Create this IP, intellectual property, and then license that out to be published in multiple countries. He generates well over $500,000 per year just in his license deals for his content. For 25 years. I mean, he's made it, $14 or $15 million just without an inflation only. And then he uses that. You usually need about 20% of what an asset, a real estate asset costs as down payment or to get started on it. And if you buy it well, you can either buy it because it has existing rent rolls that the renters are basically paying for your asset to accumulate equity, but you're also tax structure wise depreciating that asset over 27 years or whatever, right? So there's all kinds of reasons that you can leverage up without necessarily putting your collateral at risk. And he's just had a great arc of experience and knowledge that I appreciate. So it's really cool to hang out.
I've got a question. This is concerning credit because I moved to Panama. And for those of you guys who do not know, when you move to another country, you're starting with a clean slate when it comes to credit. All right, I moved to Panama. I have a whole new credit score. It's just like the U.S. You set it. You might have to do some finagling with a lawyer to get a bank account, but for those from Europe and Canada, places like that, it's really easy. For Americans, a little bit harder because of the FATCA laws. But starting again with a building credit, I've got perfect credit. But how do we get to the point where we can go get an unsecured loan of, say, 100K or 50K, those kind of things?
Yeah, outside of the United States, I'm not as familiar. I don't really build that much. I bring capital from the United States, unsecured capital, to other countries and buy real estate and then put in the rent rolls. And then typically the rent roll itself pays off the credit because financing in like Colombia is like 12%, 13%. Even if it's
but what about using your an LLC or a trust or whatever the different kind of structures that we can use?
Yeah. So again, in taking capital outside the United States, even if it's unsecured is you can build the LLC, you can build the business credit inside the United States if you have an LLC address. So you could form an entity in a friendly state, right? A friendly U.S. jurisdiction, as long as you can comply with that. I don't know about your citizenship. You don't have to share that, but some people renounce citizenship. Some people are just like a dual or they resident card, or they live overseas because they're a permanent resident, that kind of stuff. So it depends on the individual, and I'm not an expert really in the international field. I'm more about myself. I am geographically diversified, but I'm not trying to
sneak your money out of the American system.
Well, so I have trended data history inside the United States that's recent current information, and so do I want to torch all of that history?
Yeah,
I've got 30 years of history, right?
Yeah, but for some of us, like me, I was torched before I left.
Yeah.
And it was like starting life over again. It was such a breath of fresh air because I struggled with that for so many years, trying to get out from underneath it. Right. And like I came here and I'm like, whoa, man, this feels great.
Yeah.
So just let people out there know that you can have another chance.
Well, some places, even like Colombia, you have to. What is it? I think it's like you can't get an apartment without someone else vouching for you.
Huh.
Someone else has to basically sign. It's almost like a co-signer.
Interesting.
So
it's a social credit.
They'll sign for you. It's not your friend can do it. It's more like someone that's already established, or an entity that's already established, and it is kind of like if you don't pay the rent, they have to.
Panama used to have that.
Yeah.
They got rid of it shortly before I arrived. Anna did bring that up one time. She goes, "Oh, you used to have, even when you bought a car."
Yep.
When you bought a car here, you'd had to have a co-signer, even if you had good credit.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the credit scoring systems. This is a recent phenomenon.
Right. Yeah. So we are still in that position.
I want to field this question. If you don't mind, Gary, I'm going to tackle this one here for Children of the Grave. He says, anyone know where I can buy Hex with my Discover card? I have 18 months interest-free. So the first thing that I'm going to recommend to you is, do you have a friend that has access to credit card processing? Because it might be one of the simplest ways to do it. Not necessarily condoning that you do that, but that might be something you guys could work out. Another option, and actually I learned this from Funding Jim himself, is there's a company called Plastique, and you can charge. There's obviously a service fee to it. If any of you guys understand how credit card processing works, there's an interchange plus a bank fee, and it's usually a per transaction fee. So there's going to be fees to do so, but you can actually have Plastique write a check to the person of your choice, as long as it's not the same name that's on the card. So then once it's a cashable asset as far as a check, and it hits the bank account, then you guys know what to do from there. You know how to turn fiat into crypto.
Yeah, I've got actually on my website, I've got like a little guide thing or whatever too that teaches people that kind of stuff. Like Connect's talking about Plastique, that's an option. And if you have 0% interest rate for 18 months, then it's effectively, I can't remember if it's 2 to 4%. Is a flat fee that you're gonna spread over 18 months. So if you thought about APR, it's like saying a 3% APR. So you may have an upfront percentage.
Yep.
Basically to access through Plastique with a Q, plastic with a Q, and then again, I don't advocate really that people take out credit to be consumers of fancy clothing and fancy lifestyle. I do advocate that you use it. And I don't even like people using it as gambling, like, oh, I'll just put it on black and see what works out, right? I don't like that stuff either. But that's why I usually say commodity-related stuff, real estate-related stuff, things that you can exit and become liquid again or refinance, right, as far as collateralized. If you are in crypto, you can go the Celsius route. You can go you can pull in an emergency, pull capital back out through a short-term loan. But I just prefer like credit cards in general, or working with banks, because you're building bank history with them too. They're not enemies in every regard.
Gary, I kind of do the same thing that you talked about earlier. Much of this year, most of my expenses I've put on credit cards, and then every couple of months I pay them off and start over at zero again. I have two main cards that I use, and one I just paid off last week, and the other one's going to be paid off right after I get back from Vegas. And that has allowed me to not have to spend any hex to pay for my cost of living. Plus I work part-time, so that's a source of income for me, so I can pay off my cards and not have to spend hex. So yeah, it's like I do not want to spend one hex token that I do not absolutely have to.
Well, it's super useful. It's super useful, especially like I say, I keep harping on real estate. Say that you want to buy something and let's say it's under $100,000. That's not very easy to do in California, impossible in New York. There's places where your $100,000 isn't going to buy anything. But there's a lot of the United States that $100,000 buys a whole house, buys in a suburb in a nice neighborhood. And that's basically because the existing house is about the same cost to construct a house in those areas. So if you're in Kansas City, if you're in Missouri, things like that, you're going to find neighborhoods that can generate about 2%, 1 to 2% of the cost of the house per month, right? So that's a good rent to cost ratio. That's a good number, honestly, as far as an investment when it comes to real estate. And the way that I bought property of that in the past is I put it on a fucking credit card, a couple of credit cards actually. So I bought houses with just credit cards.
Wow.
And on a short term where you just say, hey, I need to acquire it. And because I don't want to wait for the loan approval process. I don't want to escrow money while I'm waiting to see if it's going to work out or not, right? If someone's going to finance me. I don't want to pay 3 to 4% maybe as far as hard money lender, and then get charged 9 to 10% for a short-term loan that's basically based on the asset itself. So they will usually lend between 65 to 70% of the after remodeled value of real estate. It's called hard money lending. It means you don't go through a bank necessarily. You're going through people that have private funds, and they are willing to lend to you as a flipper or as like, I'll fix it up and then I'll rent it out. Kind of, you want to make a business out of real estate. And so I don't have to ask those guys for permission. I don't have to ask banks for permission. I can buy real estate with just credit cards. And then once it's titled to me and insured, and once I have ability to fix it up for a couple of weeks and put it back into the marketplace to be rented out, I typically can rent it out for about 3 to 6 months. Minimum is 3, but mostly 6. Then once I have check stubs of 6 months of renter has been paying rent, I can get it refinanced at 2 to 3% in 30-year fixed mortgages, right? So you can roll in and roll out of credit. And if you do it effectively and efficiently, banks love you. They give you 0% APR all the time to try and solicit you as a good steward of capital credit, and say, hey, 12 months of 0% interest rate, 18 months of 0% interest rate. Yes, we will do that for you because you have trended data, you have trended history. So real estate is one of the easiest games to do that in, honestly. Or if you want to do something that's lower cost and you do have an interest and willing to do the due diligence of understanding the industry, you can do it with classic cars. Classic cars is the same sort of thing. You can do it with diesel pickup trucks. You can source the diesel pickup truck and buy 10 or 20 of them per year, flip that money based on credit card buying that car, put it back on eBay because the East Coast is a rust belt and it burns through all of these commercial level, 1980s, 1990s diesel pickup trucks, and they flip. I mean, they're an easy flip to build up your credit history, to build up your capital cash stack, to do other things with.
Yep. And going back to the real estate just for a second, the hardest part of the real estate game is the acquisition. Once you have control and ownership of that piece of real estate, it's real easy to finance out into a better term. So that's the hard part. So if you can come up with, maybe between 2 credit cards able to pull the whole purchase price of a property, you don't have to hold it long before you can turn around with the bank, especially local community banks. You don't even have to do 3 months. As long as you have control of that property, it doesn't show that you ever had a mortgage on it because you bought it with, even though it was leveraged cash, you can turn around like almost right away and refinance it for a longer term and then pay that credit card off.
Yeah, I want to do something like that with real estate in my area. Like, I don't know how to exactly to do it. I mean, all I know is, you go through the bank, but I mean, you got to get credit. I don't even have credit. It's like, I'm just trying to buy like cash. Like, that's all I can, even all I can
I see. I used to think that way. Oh, I want to be cat. I want the simplicity of not owing someone money every month. But now, knowing what I know, it's like it's always nice to have that history, as Gary has said. It's nice to have that trending data where you can really maximize. And here's another thing to consider. Just let's take it. You have to be disciplined. Let's be honest with ourselves. You can't just. There a lot of people use credit cards the wrong way. They use them as consumers. But to Tim Benjamin's point here, he's really smart. So you can use your debit card, and it costs you money out of your account every month. Or you can use a credit card, pay that balance off within 25 days, no interest charge, and get 2, sometimes 3% cash back. What's the better deal? Well, I'd rather the 2 to 3% of my purchases getting cash back on it. So,
yeah, I just hear the kids singing that song. I got $30,000 worth of credit card debt, and then it's just like I don't want to go there, and it's just I don't know.
You honestly don't use it until you've got that in the account to pay it off.
Yeah.
So it's just the best way to do that. Thanks, XO Joe. XO Joe was the first person to donate to Max Hex here. So nice. Just wanted to say that he said that's one beautiful baby, KNTX. Congrats, brother. Thank you, sir. Thanks for contributing to her Hex T-share fund. And Marco the Hexican, thank you for also donating tonight to her future Quattro Cinco fund.
Yeah.
Hey, it's crazy to think of real quick. Hexotic, who goes by XO Joe now. It's smart marketing move for you with your new job and everything. Just wanted to say, everybody, he bought her when she was first born 1 T-share. Today, it was like, I don't even remember how much 1 T-shirt cost when she was born, but as of now, it's $1,200. So thank you, Exotic. You're the man, brother. You're the man.
Unless you go out longer, you can make that T-shirt stretch.
Yep, that's right. And don't worry, it's in a Quattro Cinco steak. Guarantee you that. So, what's she gonna do at 15 years old? I mean, honestly, what is she gonna need all that money for at 15 years?
Don't ask. Girls will come up with something.
Oh yeah, well she won't know about it, or I'm not gonna make it available to her. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
Fortnite. And I told my son today because I was telling him about his steaks. Because my oldest son was driving with me to go watch his little brother play baseball out of town, and we had a discussion today about the steaks I set aside for all the kids and what it was worth today, and it just blew his mind. And I said, now don't go off and spend it on something stupid like a college education. Oh, unless you want to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or a nurse, huh, Randy?
Exactly. One of my arguments all the time.
Really expensive daycare.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's just some things you can't do without having that paper, but that's why I like the stream that Richard he was talking about. Well, when someone asked him, why did you decide to become an entrepreneur and a business owner? And he said, well, I looked at how long you had to be in school to become a doctor and what that costs and what the average doctor makes. And he said, no, I think I'm going to go into being a business owner. That starts paying right away.
Exactly. You know, the one thing, this whole situation with staying at home, for those of you guys who are parents out there, a lot of people have opened up to the ideas of homeschooling and even more so unschooling. I've been diving into unschooling because it seems like an interesting path to go with our kids. So,
yeah, I've been looking into that too. I mean, I'm so paranoid on so many conspiracies that it's so hard to want to have them on government, educated institutions. It's just like, yeah, unschooling, I've looked into that, and it's just like, yeah, anything's better than, sending your kids off to programming camps and then you got to deprogram them. Like, how long did it take us to deprogram enough to even want to look into crypto or something beyond fiat? Like, it's going to be a longer task in the long run if you don't do it.
Exactly.
If you want to be able to communicate with your kids about regular stuff, it's like, oh, Jesus, you got 18 years of that nonsense in you. And now it's like, you don't even know you're not going to know how a T-share works, like trustless interest. They don't teach that in school. It's like, oh, yeah, here's your FAFSA and your loan that you can't pay back, or you can't not pay back. You can't have it foreclosed or anything. It's just like,
just like funding Jim, what he was saying, his dad took him down to the bank. I remember this story you told us, and he got that secured loan. Then he took the money from the credit, went to the next bank, used that money, and got another secured loan. And at the end of the day, he had a nice daisy chain of a whole bunch of bank accounts with building credit on them. I mean, to me, that is a priceless education.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, I heard about doing something like that, and it's like, that's what really, you got to put it into action. It's like, I can go into the bank, do this, pay it off, and it's like actually something that's turning into something,
and they're not asking you for your degree. They're just, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was a good thing. Like you just said, it was the daisy chain idea. First, he put me to work, and he made me do a lot of work, basically to earn money. He said, either you can do all these chores, like a long list, and I will pay you, but I'm cheap, and I'm not going to pay you much. Or you can talk to the little ladies in the neighborhood and say, I'll pull the weeds, I'll cut the yard, I'll do all this stuff. So I was 14 years old. He made me earn $1,000, and it took 4 or 5 months, whatever, because I wasn't earning very fast. But I earned. I sold chicken eggs door to door. I did all kinds of stuff. This is farming culture. And when I had $1,000, he says, "All right, let's go to the bank." And we went to early in the morning on a work day, on a regular work. He actually took me out of school for this. I was 14 years old, and Louisiana is where I lived at the time. At Louisiana, when I was 14, you could open a bank account with a cosigner, and he opened it in my name with me there, and $1,000 went into the first bank. Once the opening of it was a savings account, not a checking account, so just regular savings account. Once it was opened, then he said he wants to use that savings account as collateral for a $1,000 loan. So $1,000 in collateral. They already have the money in their control. They don't release the money out to you, even if you ask for it, because it's basically acting as collateral for that $1,000 loan. They gave me I put $1,000 in savings, got $1,000 out as a loan. I think he said something I need to pay over the course of 6 months or longer for it to show up on credit reports back then. Still is the case. So the 7th month is when you first start to get a credit report. And so that was the first link in a daisy chain, like you just said. We went to other bank organizations, so not just a different branch of the same bank, but different banks, different lenders, and did the same process. And it was an all-day process, and we went through 5 banks. So at the end of the 5th bank, first bank I'd put in 1,000 and got 1,000 out. On the last bank, obviously I'd gotten 1,000 out, and he told me, okay, now you need to make sure that you pay these loans. You got 5 loans for 1,000 each at 5 different institutions, and you've got your collateral in your hand, right? But you need to earn enough to basically pay for the credit cost, the build of the credit cost. So it took me 7 months or 8 months to pay those loans off with proceeds. And I think my net cost at the end of 7 months to have good credit with 5 institutions was $100. I think total net was $100. And then from then on, it was like, I started getting credit card offers as a 15-year-old. Dude.
Mhm.
Fucking it.
That is gangster right there. That is playing the system.
That's why I wanted you to tell the story, because people need to hear it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so in the access, some people say, like, my mom used to make. I love my mom. My mom's not financial savvy, but I love my mom, and she says, she said things when I was a kid like, I can't be out of money. I've still got checks. I'm like, that isn't how it works.
You need to write the book Rich Dad Poor Mom.
That's funny.
I had the luck that I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so it wasn't scary for me to give up a job and go work on my own and build something, because my family's been doing it forever. My family were chocolatiers. They came over on a boat in the 1860s from Italy and started up a candy business in upstate New York. So 3 generations of chocolatiers. So doing that is not scary.
That's really cool.
Interesting. I delivered newspapers when I was a kid. That was my first introduction to business. Had my first bank account when I was like 12 years old, and just learned financial discipline. Never really had a lot of money, but I never really wasted it either.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is, and again, I've never been a parent, so I really can't speak to it. I was raised a little bit different. I wasn't like crazy strict, but odd by comparison to my friends. So my friends, when I remember when I turned 13, so I remember being 12, up to 12, and my friends were starting to come into their adolescence and things like that. And I remember that, as for me, but before 13, they started to get allowances. And I was like, what is an allowance? And it was like, we get a certain amount of money because I take out the trash, or I keep my room clean, doing the things that you're expected to do anyway in my culture. Like, you're getting rewarded for doing the things that you should be doing anyway. It didn't make sense. So early on, my dad had said something like that's an expectation. You're going to be part of this household. You're going to keep your room clean. You're going to be part of this household. You're going to take the trash out. He said things like, he was responsible to keep the lights on. He was responsible to keep heat in the house. He was responsible to keep the roof over my head. But I was responsible for those things, right? To take care of my room, keep it nice, and stuff like that, right? So I never had an allowance. I never, ever had an allowance. But when I turned 13, this is where it's a little strange than my friends. He started charging me rent. So at 13, he charged me $50 a month, right? At 13 years old, he said, okay, now you have a choice. I'll pay you, but I'm very cheap. I'm not going to pay you very much to do all of the things that need to be done around the house that you weren't expected to do before. Because as an 8-year-old, I shouldn't be with a lawnmower, right? I might hurt myself. So certain things he wouldn't let me do. And then when I turned 13, he said, okay, now I can do these things and earn $50, and you owe $50 a month, right? And, or you can print up some flyers. He had a Xerox machine. He's like, you can print up some flyers, put out some flyers, and cut yards for little old ladies and so forth, right? And I did like the Huckleberry Finn thing. Like, I did it at first, and then I talked my friends into doing it for a cheaper rate, and I got a commission out of my the client, right? So I started doing stuff like that. I was like, okay, hiring my friends and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I started buying candy at the 7-Eleven and then selling it in the 5th grade.
I did that too.
Dude, I got busted for doing that.
Yeah. So doing all these little short flips and stuff. But anyway, so I was easily able to earn the $50. And when I turned, actually, we had a falling out, a pretty serious falling out. But when I did turn 17 and left Texas and everything, he gave me all that rent money back. So my $50 per month for 4 years or whatever, he gave it back to me. So
that's cool.
It was a good principle. It was good about branding. It was about learning, like, are you naturally entrepreneurial, or is it necessity? Like, a lot of us become necessity, and actually he triggered that in me to be necessity driven. So
I got a segue on that one. You guys told me saying about the candy at school. I used to buy the 5-pack Now and Laters, and I think they were 10 cents at our store, and I used to sell them for 5 cents each. So, I get a quarter out of 10 cents, and I would do it every day. Go to my bus stop was right next to the Wilson Farms. Wilson Farms, like our 7-Eleven in upstate New York. Do it every freaking day. Me and my best friend, we hustled.
Children of the Grave was the one buying it. He was the kid buying the candy.
Definitely did that, because you could break down, like you just said, break down now or later, and they stored pretty good, and they didn't get messed up in your backpack as easily. Yeah. When I started, I would do these little footballs, like these chocolate footballs in the penny candy thing or something at the 7-Eleven. And I started it because I was cheap, and I wanted other people to pay for my my arcade game, my addiction to Galaga and
Galaga,
all that stuff like that. In the 7-Eleven had like 2 stand-up arcade games or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I would sell candy on a daily basis so that I could get enough to play, video games at the 7-Eleven later in the same day, after school.
Oh God!
Tripping the sugar to play games.
Yeah.
I got another good one. A friend of mine here in Panama, her little sister, goes to Chinatown. We've got a Chinatown area here. She buys all these like colorful pencils and stuff. Mm-hmm. And, she gets them for 2-3 cents each or whatever. And she goes and sells them at school for 25 cents each. And that's how she pays for all of her things that she wants. And she was doing this under the age of 10. So start the kids early.
And it sets you up to where you're living a life where, and again, if you're, a good strategy is to live off of 70% or less than what you make, and always pay yourself into your long-term investment thought, whatever your strategy might be. Sometimes as a 17-year-old, you don't think about that. And when I joined the service, the military, a lot of those kinds of crack the nut monthly nut kind of thing weren't really a concern. I mean, I always had barracks, I always had a uniform, whether, I had 3 hots and a cot, no matter what kind of thing.
The galley.
Yeah. So like your money that you got paid as a, we used to complain, like you did also, right? You complain, you're like, man, that's not very much money. But then you're like, fuck, it's just extra money because I don't have any other like expense, right? So.
And then you got dumbasses like me who couldn't wait to get out of the barracks. So would go get I had the nice little apartment, had a brand new Volkswagen Jetta, I was living it up.
Yeah. I had a friend, when I first joined the service, I don't know what his dream was, so anchored on a Jaguar XJS or whatever that one was. The little
not a shrimping boat, because I'd rather the shrimping boat. So
he wanted, like, he came in the service specifically just so he could earn enough money to get this Jaguar car.
Wow.
And he came in, as a E1 private or PFC, or he was a Marine Corps guy, and he came in just for that. And he served, I think he did a 3-year contract. And at the end of it, he cashed out, like he just saved frugally for like 3 years, and he just bought a brand new car with his I was like, there you go. Yeah.
Well, if it's old enough and he took good enough care of it and still has it, it might have paid off. But some of those old Jags, man, they're worth a lot of cash.
But it won't start.
It just sits there and leaks oil in the garage. Yep.
I used to have this is a weird car. I used to have a 1962 Jaguar Mark II, Mark 10, and it's the biggest Jaguar ever produced. It's a big 4-seater. It's got like a fold out, like a Rolls Royce, like a fold out for dignitaries in the back seat, kind of burl wood, type thing. And it looks pimp. It looks fucking baller. It actually looks like an old Mercury or a Hudson from the 50s, just the big rounded over, curvy kind of.
Oh, Jaguar. Yeah. Looks nice.
Yeah, Mark 10. Yeah. So I had that, and instantly, because it is from England, nothing electrical works. Nothing. The fucking transmission always grinds into a grenade kind of event or whatever. So I ended up putting what did I put in? I put in a Mopar engine. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't a 318. It was something bigger. But I remember I traded out like the Jaguar running train or drivetrain for just a Mopar. Like I was like, it's all Mopar electric. It's Mopar everything else, but it's the Jaguar look. And I drove that for like, I don't know, like 2 years, whatever. And then I flipped it onto eBay and sold it on eBay.
That's smart. Now, I'll make a comment about what Franklin said. Franklin was saying that when his family came to the U.S., all they tried to do was survive, right? They immigrated from Nigeria, and I totally get that. And there's a lot of people. I went to inner city school, so I kind of understand that. A lot of my friends are like from Cambodia, Laos, and stuff like that. So, man, it's tough. That way you're just surviving, man. You're not worried about starting a business or making money on the side. Your parents are just thinking about, okay, I need to make a paycheck so this kid can eat.
The immigrant story, the first generation immigrant story, is actually statistically highly successful inside the United States. Highly. Because they don't necessarily have the qualms about living above the storm. They don't necessarily think about it's an issue to
keeping
have
up with the Jones
2 or 3 generations inside the same household, right? And
Yeah.
saving on putting actual 30 or 40% of what they earn into a savings pot, to eventually buy their convenience store or buy their family's legacy, So it's a different mentality. First generation immigrant usually is a good story.
Well, it was for mine.
Yeah.
My family when they came.
Yeah.
My family lived in Pennsylvania since 1712, so I can't say that I have that same upbringing.
So
That's
did the
pretty
Sins
blessed.
Foundation, help you guys out? You're like 400 years old or something.
Hey, you guys don't know, I celebrate reverse birthdays. I'm really 87 years old, and I'm just every year I look a year younger than I was the year before.
Nice.
That'd be weird. I don't want to be
Yeah.
again.
Negative birthdays.
Negative birthdays.
Yeah, I was pretty blessed with my upbringing. I had my dad wasn't an entrepreneur, but he ran a lot of different chambers of commerce in some big cities, and so I was always around business people, and I was always at the business after hours, and I think I got along better with the adults than I did kids anyway. So I always knew how to give a good sturdy handshake and look a gentleman in the eye when you met him, and I'd say that networking ability that I got from my dad drove one side of my life, and my mom being an entrepreneur and a business owner, even though she's horrible with money. I love you, Mom, if you're watching, but you're horrible with money and managing it. but she's one of those that makes enough to outspend her stupidity with money, so she can make more back than she spends it on frugal,
her stupidity,
ridiculous things. Yeah, yeah, she can outspend that stupidity and earn it back in spades. So anyway, so I had both sides of it, the networking and learning to not necessarily play a room, but to know the room and to know the players in a room. And then be able to speak confidently to people, as well as having the drive to go out and seeing that working for someone wasn't the way to do it. Owning your own business was the way to go. So if you're going to build someone's wealth, it might as well be yours and not the guy that employs you. So I'm very fortunate for the upbringing that I had, that they didn't intentionally do it like Gary's dad did. But that ended up being the outcome, so I'm grateful for my upcoming for that.
I'm really grateful for my upbringing too. My dad worked for a steel mill at a small town in Pennsylvania, and then the steel mill closed when I was 7 years old, and then he got a job working for a dairy, and he was a home delivery milkman. And during the summertime, he would take me on his truck and basically showed me how the dairy business worked, and he showed me how to balance his books. And by the time I finished second grade, I had a knowledge of basic accounting, and my teachers thought I was an absolute genius, because most kids, they could hardly add. And I was, I knew how to figure sales tax and all of that stuff. And by doing that, it's like that really just, it gave me an understanding of how money works, and that just worked in my behalf to motivate me to want to do something a little more self-employed motivated rather than be an academic and get an education and get a corporate job. My dad's brother, he owned his own transmission shop. You know, he's one of the wealthiest people in our family. He bought property. He had multiple tenants. I mean, he did really well. So it's like, those are the things that contributed to my point of view as far as how business runs and how money operates. And then when I was a young adult, I started, you know, I read the Constitution when I was 22 years old and realized that, you know, Congress doesn't coin money anymore the way it was set up to be. And that led me to learn about how the Federal Reserve works. I started reading books about that regard and the origin of money in different cultures, and just all of these things worked to my benefit to prepare me for when I first became acquainted with Bitcoin all the way back in 2011. So it's like I was already primed for this technology. I mean, it just wasn't given to me to invent it because I just didn't have that kind of a mind to invent it. But when I came across the invention, you know, I was already prepared.
It made sense to you.
Totally.
You already had the background.
Yeah.
It's like it sounds like we all have that similar entrepreneurial thing going on. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but when I have a conversation with an academic, dude, my skin crawls. I'm like, get me out of here.
They function on theory, and again,
narratives.
If you're in metallurgy, engineering, if you're in medicine, anything along those lines, then education and academia serves a purpose. It actually gives you utility, it gives function, it makes our world better, you know. But a lot of people don't know why you're able to have specialists inside of a society. The reason that you're able to have someone go off to college for 14 years to become a doctor, the reason that you have artists and creatives, the reason for it is because of agriculture, you know, and technology in cultivation agriculture means that, you know, when you used to have 10 or 12 kids, the reason you needed 10 or 12 kids wasn't so that you could take care of 10 or 12ve kids. The reason for 10 or 12 kids is because they're fucking labor and they have family.
You needed your own labor force.
Right. So it's your labor force, and your payment to that labor force is, hey, you get a meal, you get a roof, you get a bed, right? And as you become more efficient as a farmer, you might say, we're going to get a mule. Oh, we're going to get a tractor. Oh, like we're going to be more efficient with the 40 acres that we have, right? On our planting and rotation and cycle. So as you develop your first savings, your initial savings is your crop every year and the seed from it. And then I'm going to replant the following year. Your second levels of savings is I don't have to have 10 mouths to feed. I can get by on 9. I can get by on 6. I can get by on 4. And then, I mean, that's kind of the first accrual of wealth. And then you have the ability to say, you know, these 3 kids are going to drop out of 9th grade to help the household, and this one kid is going to go off to college. Like that's your first savings, is the family investment into the offspring, right? And as that goes through and becomes a more sophisticated economy in general, sophisticated financial society, then you can specialize. You can say, I'm going to do something completely unrelated to burning calories, right, to keep me alive on this planet, right? So we actually, our first savings accounts is part of our history, that there are farmers that provide the products that you buy and eat, right? They provide that to you, and you can specialize in other ways and have a more sophisticated economy outside of that. But without farmers and that principle, without that farmer's almanac mentality, we wouldn't have gotten here. We wouldn't be where we're at. So I always pay respect to that.
That's basically how the Amish operate in Pennsylvania. It's like they've got property that's been in the family for like 7 generations, and those people, they look very simple, but some of those people are like multimillionaires. I mean, just
most are actually. Yeah.
Yep. By the way, guys, we passed Cardano
again.
We like passing Cardano.
You mean it's not obvious that our finished product, our completed product,
is better than the vaporware? Promise coin.
On launch, our finished product is not beating Cardano's still in development product.
Yeah. Yeah. We promise, guys, smart contracts are coming. Anyway, I don't want to beat that horse, but that's that. Going back to the point that
I was so tempted to troll. Charles Hoskinson did a 5-hour interview with Lex Friedman today, and there were a bunch of people just praising him for being so creative.
For what?
I was
For
so
what?
tempted to troll.
You haven't done anything yet.
I didn't say anything, but I was.
All of your work to this moment has amounted to absolutely jack shit. But you did travel the world on investors' money, so good for you. And you sold millions of Cardano, so you hurt the price of the investors. I fail to see the good things he's done for his investors yet.
IOHK is a hired vendor to create the Cardano product, right?
Yep.
They are a vendor for that service creation.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a DAO. It's not a decentralized autonomous organization. It's a for-profit company building essentially all they're building is just a
they're building Ethereum.
Well, they're building Ethereum with a different language and they're doing it as a science project. I mean, as an academic project. Literally, that's what all it is. It's an academic project. There's no
economics product.
There's no real world application not planned yet that I've heard.
Right. So again, it's kind of a hybrid as far as Vitalik's answer to that. If you did hear his interview with
Friedman,
recently, right? Because they did talk about, the Hodgkinson and the split between the two of them. And like Lex was saying, as a PhD, as an academic, I can appreciate the approach, right? And then Vitalik's answer was like, "Yeah, I don't tend to agree with that."
Yeah. No, I like to actually see progress happen. Is essentially his was a lot more politically correct statement to that, but essentially that's what it was. No, I like to actually build stuff that works and has a real use case.
Yeah, I trolled them really hard when they came out with the Ethiopian news, saying that they were going to start working in the education subsystem of Ethiopia. As someone who's been over there many times and spent many months of my life in Ethiopia, I was like, that's total and utter bullshit. You're talking from a country that has probably the worst internet in the world, and one of the worst, and the government pushes it down because they don't want the opposition to be able to use the internet. Right?
Yeah.
So that's their reason of keeping the internet low. And I'm like, you guys, to me, that just sounds like a way to get some free publicity on the back of people that can never, benefit from your product. And that really pissed me off when I saw that. And
yeah,
Ethiopia is awesome. If you ever get a chance to go.
I hear the food's really good.
Oh, fuck.
Man,
I do.
I don't like the sharing in the same bowl, stopping my bread in the same bowl.
Yeah, but it's got to be genuine, not the Americanized Ethiopian food.
No, not the Americanized one.
I've never survived the next day after an Ethiopian meal.
Your ass
because you didn't wash your hands when you ate it with your hands.
I washed my hands, but it's like the whole fucking table eats out of the same bowl. Oh my
God.
Oh, that's funny.
I tell my wife a story. I was at I went to the top of there was like a really high hill up by Axum, which is, Queen of Sheba's area. And my ex-girlfriend, she took me to meet her grandmother. And her grandmother was like 96 years old at the time. And she had a bunch of cattle. She handled them herself. There was no running water. She just used to have this huge catchment system where it was like lined with plastic. And when it would rain twice a year, that's where all the rain would go. And whenever she needed water, she would go throw a bucket with a string attached to it. Her grandma's in her 90s, right? She's pulling this bucket up with the water, and it was just absolutely nuts. I tell Anna that was the first time a bunch of women ever washed my feet. It was a pretty awesome experience. So if you guys ever get a chance to go to Ethiopia, just go.
That's cool. Hey, Franklin just clarified everything for you, Gary. You were eating Somalian food, not Ethiopian food. So that's why you had the problems.
They eat with bananas. Instead of the bread, like injera, what Ethiopians use, Somalis use bananas to grab the rice. That's pretty
really
cool. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, it's that's a pretty neat story. Going back to Ethiopians, their whole education system, I think Elon Musk is actually going to do more good for them than anyone. Someone else in here was talking about Starlink. Yeah, who was it that said that? I got to give credit where credit is due. Oh, one Heximofo. Starlink should cure the Ethiopian internet experience. The funny thing is, I didn't know anybody that had Starlink until my mailman came in today, and he said our connection was shit out at my house because he's out in we're in a very rural area, and the farther you go out, the more rural you go out, the less options you have. They have like satellite, in it just for the most part just sucks. But he bought a Starlink, and he pays like $95 a month and went from like 10 megs of internet service to I think 40 or 50, which exponentially now he can run more than one device at a time in it at his house, and he's thoroughly impressed with it. He goes, you can't mess setting it up. He said it's even a retard could, is what he told me today. Him and Richard would get along so well. Oh man, I'd love it because he's one of those guys. He doesn't need to be a postman, but he is, and there's a lot of other things that he could have done and made a lot more money doing, but he just enjoyed putting in headphones and mindlessly walking and hand delivering mail all day long. So, but he's one of those guys. He was a gunsmith. He just gave up his license for it to the ATF because he just decided it just wasn't profitable enough, and he didn't want to deal with all the red tape anymore. But he's one of those guys who, like, it didn't matter if it was necking down water to get so much pressure, how small of a pipe do I need to get how much pressure, or how many grains of this type of black powder do I need to use to get how many feet per second coming out of this gun without destroying the gun. Like, he's just got one of those mathematical minds that just on spot can just calculate everything. He's one of those amazing guys. So if you guys know anybody like that in your life, you make sure you learn as much as you can from those people, because their mind works differently than the rest of us.
Yeah. My best friend told me today, we had a call right before that we did this, and he's like, Randy, he goes, I watch all Richard's streams, I watch your shows, I watch some of the other guys, Wales Only. He goes, but I'm visual. He's an artist.
Yeah.
And he's got a master's degree from Rochester Institute of Technology. It's one of the best technical schools in the nation. But he is visual, and he can't grasp what I'm saying. He's like, Randy, I just don't get it. I need to see it in images. I'm like, dude, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you. I said, just understand, because he wanted me to explain E-hex to P-hex and pulse and all that. I'm like, dude, you're lost, man. Just know that you're going to make more money.
Yeah. Did you bust out? So I got in trouble one time at a job. This lady, I just kept explaining I explained the same thing 3 different ways, and she just wasn't getting it. And I finally just over the phone just said, well, why don't you drive your lazy ass down to the shop? I'll pull out my crayons and I'll draw you a fucking picture so you can figure it out. Like,
you did not.
I got in a lot of trouble.
Oh no, you didn't.
I didn't stay at that job much longer. I don't know if I was really invited to stay at that job much longer, but yeah, I moved on pretty quick from that. So that's always been something that's difficult for me. I've always had a temper, and I'm pretty good at curbing it when it comes to dealing with people. But just sometimes just the ignorance is so high. It's either I gotta throw an insult at you or I gotta punch you in the face. So which would you rather, the punch in the face or the insult? So,
that's why I could never be an educator. I have no patience.
No, not a chance. Not a chance. We talked about homeschooling our kids, and I said, well, good luck with that, wife.
Well, we can make videos. I make a video and I'll educate that way.
Yeah.
But if you want me to repeat something over and over again, oh, hell no.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
I guess you're not going to start a public relations firm anytime soon.
Dude, there's other people better suited for that than me. So we can hire the right people to do that. That's one thing that I've learned is there's too many people that try to make their weaknesses their strengths, and you're just wasting your time spinning your wheels doing that. You have strengths, just double down on your strengths, make your strengths stronger, and hire the right people or get the right partner involved that complements you, that can do the other things that you can't do. So one thing I do like, well, there's a lot of things I like that Robert Kiyosaki said, but he in Rich Dad Poor Dad would talk about how the school district would call it cheating when you worked with others, that you had to know all the answers yourself. But that's not how the real world works. You don't have to know all the answers yourself. You just got to know the right people that do know the right answers that can help you. That's how you succeed in life. You don't do everything yourself. You get the right people on your team, and you all complement each other with your skills.
Yeah, and you can outsource almost everything today.
Yeah.
I mean, Fiverr is an amazing tool.
Upwork. Gary, your buddy, put us onto that. I wish I could remember what it was, but another one. And I was just like, I didn't even know that one existed.
Yeah, spend the time and build something. And if you're a good marketer, like that's what I'm good at. I'm good at relationships. And if people need work done, I'll charge $500, and that person gets $100. I make $4. I mean, if you guys want to know how to be an entrepreneur, online entrepreneur. It's an easy way to get started.
Yep.
I know several engineers at Fortune 10 companies, and they actually modular farm out their work. They just manage it. So they'll get code written, and it'll come from 4 different sources, and then they would just compile, put it together.
Huh.
I'm like,
that's smart.
A year. Oh, I make $200,000. What's your overhead? Well, I said, how much do you work on it? He says, I don't know, like 2 hours, maybe a week. I'm like, 2 hours a week?
A week? Yeah. That's smart. It's brilliant.
People, yeah.
It's brilliant.
You don't necessarily know. They still get overview, and he is a dev. And he's able to do a lot of these kinds of things himself. Yeah. But he just farms it out, and he says, "Yeah, I don't need to write all that shit. I'll just review it once it's done."
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Well, it's funny. I've seen YouTubers that are super successful that farm out, that actually do a contractor arbitrage, where they will go to Fiverr, or they'll list on Fiverr, or they'll list on Upwork, because usually people will pay a little bit more for Upwork. They'll list their job on Upwork and charge $50 an hour, and then they'll go to someone on Fiverr and charge them $25 to do the work, and then just present them and cut the difference on it.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. So you just play. It is just arbitrage. You're right.
But sometimes you got to be careful, because even our buddy Mark Moss, his first video in that new series I was telling you about, they talk about Martin Luther, right? There was a section there talking about Martin Luther, how he took down the Catholic Church in Germany and all that kind of stuff. But when the guy put up the picture of Martin Luther, it was Martin Luther King. And I almost fell off the couch. I was like, that's why you got to review all the work done by your contractors.
That's true. That's true. You do got to spend some time to make sure that the product you're putting out is worthy of being paid for.
I was like, hey, baby, look. That's Martin Luther 400 years ago. She's like, no, it's not. That's Martin Luther King. I'm like, no shit.
Yeah. That is awesome. I love it. Yeah, I know people that make a pretty good living doing the contractor arbitrage. There's arbitrage in everything.
Oh, we used to do, when we were working with a lot of companies here in Panama, we were hiring the Venezuelans, because they're still back in Venezuela, and man, just pay them a few bucks, they were super happy. You paid them $5, that was their meal for 3 or 4 days. Their meals, right? It was outstanding back 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Now it just sucks for them, no matter which way you slice it. But.
Yep. And so I'll give you guys a pro tip. The Filipinos, you can pay them like $3 an hour, and that's like equivalent to like $60,000 a year as an American. Yeah. And they learn English in school, so they can speak it and they can write it really well.
They're very good. They do a good job.
Yes, they do.
If you need a social media manager, they're also very well. They do a very good job.
Yeah, I agree with that. There are some things. It's always good to edit their work, though, to have an editor review their work, because it's just it's just what happens with every foreigner that's English isn't their first language. There's always some grammatical things. English is a very, very difficult,
nuanced.
Very nuanced. Yes, that is the word for it. It's very nuanced language. So,
like Spanish is very straightforward.
Yes,
it's that's why it's one of the easiest languages to learn. But in English, pain in the ass.
Well, and what's really nice about that, going back to Cabana's stream earlier, when the easy trivia asking Big K what 6 languages that Shakira speaks. Well, obviously Spanish and Spanish and Portuguese, and then the other one he got those right, but the other 2 that I'm thinking off the top of my head, no, the Italian and the French. All 4 of those are Latin-based love languages, so they're very, very similar.
Yeah.
So if you can learn Spanish, Italian, French, and Portuguese are very, very similar. A lot easier to learn those.
Yeah. I learned Spanish in high school, and then I lived in Italy for like 3 years. And it was very easy for me to understand and pick up the Italian language. And when I went back recently, it was, I tell you, I was screwing up so bad. I was saying Spanish words, but overall they understood me. They just looked at me funny. They're like, dude, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's not how you say it.
That's not how you say it here.
I had a guy that I used to work with who was from Brazil, and he had told me one time that Portuguese is actually the original language, and then Spanish came along because one of the kings of Spain spoke with a lisp.
Yes, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
And that's why that Spanish culture has a little bit of a lispy accent.
It's terrible.
I've heard that too. Yeah.
Because he was making fun of Spanish. He was speaking Portuguese, and then he would say the same thing in Spanish, and he was like literally mocking, the way they talk.
Yep.
Holy crap, man!
We're above Cardano, guys.
I saw KNTX put his hands up. He's like, "Holy fuck! I gotta show this chart."
Yeah, I gotta show this real quick. Just a 7% pump today. All right, just in the last couple minutes.
Going to 10 cents, dude.
The 7-day prediction on Nomics is 10 cents. Not financial advice.
Nope. But Richard is going to have a tweet fest for sure, dude.
Oh yeah.
I bet Richard's going to hold off on the launch of Pulse until we hit number 3, just to rub it in.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think that's the case. He needs to do that shit before Vegas, dude. I ain't taking my fucking laptops.
I don't know if I'm blending days I thought we just passed Doge today and now we're passing Cardano. Did that happen today?
Dude, we flipped
the same day.
We flipped 3 coins in 48 hours.
And Ripple, yeah, right? Like what?
But we've done this before. Just caution, we did this last. When was it? When was Big Payday?
November 19th.
19th, yeah. What did we flip Doge then?
Yeah,
we flipped Doge.
Really?
We flipped Doge once before. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's funny.
We even flipped BNB. I remember when we went past BNB. That was big news for us because we were all like, "Fuck you."
Yep.
I was too busy yelling at Coinbase for only letting me move $500 every 5 days. Leading up to Big Payday. I was fucking so.
Yikes!
Yeah, I was screaming. I had to try to do my whole staking ladder, leading up to Big Payday. And I could only put in 500. I was just draining my bank account, throwing it in. Took forever.
No financial advice, but it probably paid out pretty well for you. I think you've probably done pretty well since Big Payday.
Yeah, I'm glad I got my shit together then as well.
I'm looking at the chart here, and it looks like 3 hours ago, somebody sold all the way down to like 6.9 cents.
Yeah, there was a lot of dumping earlier.
Why?
I know. It doesn't make any sense. BMA, we love you too, brother. Thanks for being
break it up.
Show. Yeah,
break it into chunks.
It literally, you don't even have to set a limit order. Just sell just a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
The fees are gone down. It's not like it was a month ago or 2 months
No,
ago.
exactly. Yeah, you could do 25 transactions for the same price that it would take to do just one, a month ago.
Unbelievable. And the price came right back up. Snapback.
Pretty much.
I know, right? It's just like it's getting gobbled up right away, and then it's going in probably better hands anyway. So it's whatever.
I hope we take a 10% dip because I got more economic energy to put into it. I want to buy the dip.
But a 10% dip only takes us to 7.1, right?
It's better than
Oh,
8
well.
cents. It's better than 8 cents on its way to $1.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it can get silly. I'm gonna sign out, guys. I've got this thing starts at 8 a.m. and it's midnight 30 here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, sounds good. Well, that and the Brazilian prostitute you have in bed with you, we don't need to see that.
I did have to stay off camera.
That's right. There's a reason there's no camera for Gary. All right, brother.
Cheers,
you have
Gary.
a good night,
It was
buddy.
good seeing you, Gary.
Hey, go do some networking for Hex on Hex's behalf tomorrow.
We will do our best. See
All
you,
right, brother.
Thanks,
Talk to you
Gary.
soon.
Bye.
See you, Gary.
So he is. It's a big event. Robert Kiyosaki, George Gammon, a lot of the macroeconomic guys are going to be
There's
there.
like 700 people there, he said.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Crypto Journeyman said 1424 for T-share now. 1,400.
1424. XO Joe, thank you for the $1,400 donation to my daughter's future, whatever she wants to spend it on. Man, that is crazy.
That's why when I had the stake come out like 5 days ago, I'm like, what do I do with it? Do I just sit on it and wait for pulse and that kind of thing? Man, I'm not losing any T-shares. Screw that one. So I just put them out for 10 years and 12.
It's been tough holding any liquid.
I like the point that Wales made. It's a day and a half ago for him now, but I like the point that he made. Are you going to go into Pulse or stay in Hex? Are you going to keep that money in Hex? Or are you going to put it in Pulse? Are you making the infrastructure play, which is Pulse, or are you going for the money printer? That's a tough one to decide because they're both going to have some appreciation.
That's been my argument for a while, and I've obviously I made it clear that Hex is my baby, right? And I'm sticking with my Hex. I'm not going big into Pulse. I love it. I'll do it, but I'm sticking with Hex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that 10,000 per dollar investment is just like so ridiculous. It's just, I don't know what Pulse is going to be. I mean, you're going to be able to, provide liquidity, but like you're going to be able to stake it to the point where it's not locked kind of a thing, but I don't think you're getting as much, APY. So it's like, it seems a little bit more, guessing with Pulse as, the guaranteed APY with the T-shares. So
it's going to be more mainstream. It's going to be what people in crypto are used to.
Yeah.
So it's going to do well, and then I'll participate. I'm going to participate because I think we're still going to do 100x on it probably the next year and a half, 2 years, whatever. But yes, it's not going to have this huge APY, this money freaking printer, man.
Dude, and the
motherfuckers.
Well, ching motherfuckers. And the funny thing about the money printer is it just compounds. And I'm not talking about the interest itself, just as the price of Hex compounds. And earlier you got your T-shares in, you're getting the same return on average as you were before the price went up, but then the USD appreciation on top of that. It literally is like a compounding effect as far as USD valuation is concerned.
I told you guys at the beginning of the show, man, I broke down in tears earlier tonight. When I told my wife, I'm like, dude, baby, this is ridiculous.
Life-changing. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Big Pep's new spreadsheet video just made me FOMO even harder. I'm like, man.
That's exactly what I watched right before I went and staked everything out.
Yep. Oh man, talk about FOMO. You're like, oh my gosh, Hex at $1 and it's $30,000 for a T-share. Oh my gosh, look at it. And it's gonna produce what, 10, 12 Hex per day? Like, man.
Dude, those numbers just escape my mind. It's like
we still have this bias. We still have this bias from when we first got in, especially as OG Hexicans, that were like, "Oh no, man, they can't go up that fast." But just look how fast it's come already in 18 months.
It's like 3 cents was like my big goal, and it's like I'm having to adjust to the reality beyond 3 cents.
You're like 3x that already,
dude.
Hey, I got to ask you guys. I mean, I made my video a long time ago before I even went to Mexico. It was like 2 days before I left Panama to go to Mexico, and I had this video where I was showing the T-shares and the daily payouts, and I thought the daily payout was going to increase faster than it has. It seems like it's stagnated.
It's flat. It's been flat, yeah.
Why is that not increasing faster? Because I was
just going to ask. With you said Big Pep said 10 or 11 T-share or hex per T-share. In
the future,
I think in the future it will, because as the cost goes up, like how many people can afford to buy a 60-cent T-share? Everybody, right? Doesn't matter what country you come from. Everyone can buy a 60-cent T-share. Well, most countries, as long as you've got food, and we won't get into the nuances there. But how many people can afford a $1,400, $1,500 T-share?
Goes down substantially.
So, and as people are getting ROIs, there's a lot of big stakes that still haven't come out, guys. And it doesn't even matter if they're big or not. Every time there's an ROI period, the cost to rebuy new T-shares goes up. It ratchets up. So when it gets to a point where they're $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a T-share, there's going to be a lot less new T-shares going into the system. So you're going to see that daily payout go up because there's going to be less T-shares in the system.
Okay. Because it's been really confusing to me. I was like, I thought we'd be at like 7 or 8 hex per T-share right now. But
more T-shares are going to expire than new T-shares being put back into the system going forward.
Yeah.
So it's going to ratchet up how many. So it's going to appear that less percentage of the coins available on the market are actually staked. So your T-share price or hex per T-share is going to go up as a result of that.
Yeah, that's already at fucking 7 cents, 8 cents. It's already at 1,400. So it's the compounding.
Dude, at $1, what is a T-share going to cost you? More than a Bitcoin. One T-share is going to cost you more than a Bitcoin.
Yeah, so then the daily payout could definitely ratchet up pretty quickly at that point.
And how far off are we until we hit $1? This could move really quick.
There's a lot of people saying it could happen before year end. There's Nagabo is saying 10,000x.
Man.
Yeah, Nagabo is saying 10,000x before the sacrifice phase is even over.
For fuck's sake. Never thought this. I got into this as I thought of the hex as my really conservative play in crypto, and everything else is going to be my fund money, my living, my daily day. I thought hex is going to be my retirement money. I wasn't looking at this as doing what it's done in the first year and a half. No way.
I expected 3 years. 3 years to get to $1. That was my honest expectation, and I thought it would be a slow ramp up and then the hockey stick up towards the end. I didn't expect this.
Yeah,
I didn't expect this immediately.
I was just hoping not to lose my first $800 investment.
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ.
So Joe, what the fuck, man? Laugh out loud. Come on, man. $1 in June, or I delete this comment.
You guys are talking about money, and I was worried about my reputation because I wrote that article on day one, and I was like, and then all these other articles come out that are negative. I was the only positive article in all crypto news.
Literally.
And I was shaking, man. I'm shaking. I got people messaging me. What the fuck you doing? Why are you talking about hex? I'm like, oh man, here I go. I'm done. My career's gone.
Yeah, that's a constant in this market or whatever. There's so much, so many different armies. It's like,
Hex Alt Ed, thanks for the $9.99, brother. Big Pep is a master Hexican FOMO maker. Excellent regular content. And yet he only has like 900 subs on YouTube. Can we help him out? Absolutely. Everybody, go visit, if you're not already, Big Pep's channel. Big Pep, it's just Big Pep, right? Not Big Pep Crypto.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he changed it back.
Sure.
Yeah, I think he did too. It's just Big Pep on YouTube. Go find him. That man has the spreadsheets, and he will make you FOMO just showing you how to use those spreadsheets, and he offers them for free.
Yes.
So he offers these spreadsheets for free for you guys to use to onboard others and to calculate what you think. I mean, you can run every scenario. T-share price goes up. The cost of hex or the dollar amount per hex goes up, goes down. What is it? And it'll figure it all out for you. All the formulas already put in there for you. So
shout out to Kareem. He's a king of keeping me FOMO'd.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Motherfucker.
And Wales, I've been talking about you all night, man. Love the video. It's not last night for you, but it's still last night for me. Loving the video, man. The repo markets.
Even my mom,
I think is so key.
Guys, my mom is like 60, 67, 68, and she loves Kareem. She thinks he's the funniest thing. She's like, I like how he swears every other word. He's like,
oh, it's funny.
No, I'm so glad, listening to their streams. Like, I had no idea what the fuck a T-share was before I listened to them. Like, I had no idea. It's just like leading up to big payday. Then they start talking about it. It's like, oh, well, that sounds like a good idea. I might want to get.
Let me tell you, we did not discover T-shares until about May of 2020. We weren't even discussing them until about that time. It was such a this thing that was there, but none of us knew what the hell it was.
Yes,
well,
we
exactly
didn't really know.
It's like I knew T-shares were something you were supposed to get, so I was getting them. But it wasn't until the chart was put on the user interface with those purple dots that I could just look at something and do the math. And it's like, oh, wow, I'm making money, actually. How much am I actually making? And it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, because when I got into Hex, it's like all I wanted to do was just be able to pay the rent. Get in a big enough stack where I'd make enough interest to pay the rent so I don't have to work so much. Next thing you know, I'm a dolphin. I'm like, what's that? Until, X Live came out and it's like, whoa.
Yeah. And I love the whole staker app thing with the different levels.
Yeah.
It's
not my place to say anything, but there's a lot of new cool things coming.
Our achievements coming. Finally.
Yeah, right. We've been clicking on that tab every fucking day.
Oh man, I'm just not even gonna say anything. So I did have the opportunity to speak with Steph and Firebun, so I'll wait till they're ready to release them. I talked to them earlier today.
Yeah, what's up with Phone IF or whatever? Adrian, the guy over in Sweden, he just constantly going after the guys. I mean, yeah. I said, stop it, man, chill.
Dude, there's so much changing. I mean, these guys have to make sure that they can run on two networks. They got to make sure, that security is paramount. But at the same time, people who are losing their keys, there's got to be some way to restore their balances. Things that these guys are really doing this right. They are building this out right. And you can't expect that to happen overnight. Dude, I don't know what is up with Adrian, man. He's jumped off the deep end or something.
As a psych nurse, I'm worried for him. Maybe he's reverting, going back. He needs to go back in the shop for a little while and get a tune-up.
He blew a gasket.
Is that the sudden wealth syndrome?
Yeah, right. But I will say, I will say that the more that we've gone through the learning process of Hex, it's not even the Hex I care about anymore. It's those T-shares, man. Yeah. It's them T-shares. The T-shares are the most. It's not the tangible coin on the market cap aggregator, but it is the thing that matters the most. Sure. The most.
I felt so when my stake came out, I felt so bad. I'm like, oh man, I lost these T-shares.
These T-shares, I can't put them back in the system.
Stinks, man. This really stinks. But then, I made a video about this when I did my rooftop musings. How you can take, I think I said a little bit at the beginning of the video, but if you have a 1-year stake and it came out you could just take that and put it out 10 years. You're actually going to gain T-shares.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're going to gain a bunch of them, especially if you had big payday. So go ahead and do that, guys. If you don't need the money right now, just put it out. It doesn't catch up to you to the 10-year mark. Once 10 years hit, then it'll catch up.
Without putting any new fiat cash into Hex, it is possible for you to still gain on T-shares right now.
Yes.
Yep, you stake it far enough.
For the next 10 years.
That's not going to be.
and
I don't even think it'll last 10 years. I think the ratcheting up is going to happen quicker than you think. I think it's only good for the next 5 or 6. Yeah.
Ooh,
I really do. I do.
Yeah. After
I do.
that point,
and it's just
that.
raw math going on in my head, and it's by no means a scientific formula, but I think it's going to ratchet up way quicker than 10 years that you'll be able to throw it out and get more T-shares. I think the cost is just going to ratchet up so quick, especially on the Pulse chain where it's cheap to transact. I think you'll see a lot more short stakes on Pulse than you will on ETH, because we never know if you're going to get held by the gas fees on ETH, but we know on Pulse it's going to be cheap, at least for a while.
While XO Joe's saying 3 to 5. God dang.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like once Hex reaches a certain number, it's like who the fuck's buying T-shares? If you don't got them, you ain't getting them. Pretty much. Who's dropping $100,000 on a T-share when Hex is at?
Remember, guys, you can have fractions of T-shares. Just saying. Just remember, guys, you can have fractions of T-shares. If we want to go the Bitcoin maximalist discussion or the
trustless system. The trustless just is something really interesting. Stake for 180 days and send the interest out 55-55.
Ooh.
That's a nice little trick. I like that.
Yeah.
God, look at KNTX. He's doing what I did.
I'm doing the rough math in my head real quick here. What's up, Maddie? Maddie, all in.
Hey, nice.
Love it.
Are you the one selling those on Etsy, Maddie?
No,
there's somebody else.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's great T-shirts, and I got the design that we have. KNTX has been helping with everything, so I'm just hopping in here. I heard somebody say something about T-shares.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, they're calling my name." I love it. Hey, so Maddie, I haven't announced this to everyone else, but Louis let me know that the shirts came in today, so they're officially at the yard.
Awesome. Yeah.
Hey, he was impressed. He was very impressed with the quality of the shirt. And I said, I know, I've just been talking up the quality of these shirts, but no one's been able to actually see them yet. So he was quite impressed.
I've got my Crypto Junkies shirt as well.
Oh, yes. So you know all about that. Yeah, that's right.
It's great.
Yeah. And those will wash like 500 times and not even distort. It's a super high-tech material. It's really hard to source. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm glad you like that Crypto Junkies shirt.
So what's been going on here tonight? Have you guys been pumping the price or something?
Yeah, that's what we were working on. We were. I mean, that's all we've been doing. So
we're not as good as Kareem and Wales only.
I know we were waiting for Wales and Kareem to show up. They just showed up about 10 minutes ago.
We're doing our best.
That's what's up.
I did like in Pep's video him talking about the cost of T-shares going up so much that people are going to be excited to get B shares. And we knew this was coming down the road. We've had this discussion before, but I think it's coming a lot faster than you think it is. So,
which is what we were saying back then.
Yeah. High-tech T-shirt. That's right. Valiant Brand. Thanks for the 369. You're going to get yourself one, buddy. I know you got one. I know you got one coming. So.
Now,
yeah, we knew that B shares were a thing and they were coming. I just didn't think they were going to come this quick.
No. Have I told you guys in particular? Because I've been dropping kind of like mini hints around the place, but I have an app that's going to be coming out in the next week or two, I think, and it's going to introduce a lot of awesome things that I think are going to instantly make sense to people. And the best part of all, other than the way it's going to blow people's minds, is that it's going to be built into MetaMask. And so there won't be any security concerns.
I love it, dude. That is cool. I love it. I love it. We have another Hexican that we've been talking to for a while. Well, most of the OG Hexicans and streamers have talked to this gentleman, but we have not had him on yet. So he is here to join us tonight. UFO 42, thank you for joining us.
Yes, I am here.
Welcome.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Uva? Is that Uva?
So, what part of the what part of the world are you from, sir?
That's true. Hi, everyone. I've been writing to some of you guys, been one of Mati's earliest followers, I guess, on his, coming into Hex thing. And, I am originally been born in that Germany kind of place. And now I do live on the Canary Islands.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
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 And I have to really reconfigure a little bit because I hear myself like 3 times. Let me just click a little bit, and
Yeah.
I'll be
So listen.
be on, but,
listen to the StreamYard. Listen to the StreamYard, and
explain
then
a little
mute all the
more
others.
in just a minute or two.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes everyone a little bit to get used to this. Yeah, you watch the StreamYard, turn the volume down on the
Mute
on
the YouTube.
Yeah,
Yep.
or put
Yep.
it on your phone. I just put it. The comments are on my phone. So
There you go.
Yeah, you just
it
gotta
works.
listen through StreamYard for sure.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to be 15, 20 seconds behind what everyone's talking about. So
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is this the same Uva from the Pulse Chain chat? I think I've spoken to him over there before.
I believe it is.
I don't think there's too many other people with the name
Yes.
UFO.
Uwe Stein. Yep.
Yes, Uwe Stein. Yes, you spelled it totally right, actually. How come mostly people from the English-speaking part of the world would pronounce my name Uwe, Uwe?
Yeah.
And then Stein is Stein. Many people know, like the Goldsteins, the Stein, whatever the Steins are. And Matty did this thing and put his name, like his last name, into all in. And I thought, like, my name is sort of like you, we, stay in. So it's a bit of the same thing.
Yui stay in. Yui stay in. I like it.
And
we just had this conversation.
well, I've been into the crypto stuff for pretty early, and I liked Richard a lot. I liked the idea of what he had a lot before Hex was even born. And then when the fluid dynamics thing didn't work out and he went into developing Hex, I thought this was an awesome idea. And I was very lucky and also not lucky, like, everyone. So I FOMO'd in on day one, but a dollar costed within the first 2 months. So I'm not all set or anything, I could say. I also have a very sad thing to say. I signed up for Vegas, and dear Mati, I will not be able to join. So there will be one, whatever, you can just take me out and give some other one my stuff.
Okay, I can mail it to you if you want, or whatever you think. Just message me and we'll do that. I'm sorry to hear that you can't make it, sure. but I know that there's a lot of years to come that everybody in the community, I believe, will still be here and will still be staked. So there's gonna be plenty of meetups, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be someone who will, fit in rightly. Yeah, and then there's this. I moved to the Canary Islands just as some people were talking today about, like, some of the Americans are moving to Puerto Rico, or maybe, I don't know, Panama's, or all these places, Mexico. I don't know where you guys go. Canaries are pretty cool. Not
and there's a huge German.
There's a huge
German population. Sorry, there's a huge German population in the Canaries too. Right?
A population?
There's a lot of Germans in the Canaries.
Well, there are some Germans and a lot of British people have been there as well. I mean, it's like 8 islands, basically, like more or less 7, 8 islands, 2.5 million people. I'm on one of the smaller islands, 80,000 people. You probably know the word caldera, which is like this crater in a
Yes.
volcano kind of thing that was like invented by some German 150 years ago. Although this caldera here is not even really one, but it's like a pretty small island, just maybe, I don't know, like 50 by 20 kilometers.
Wow.
2.5 kilometers high. We have, after Chile, Hawaii, we have the largest telescope here that still exists. Well, at least in one big mirror. First ever reserve for, not having too much light, so they can like do, their telescope stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All around day and sun at night, and it's an awesome place. This is beautiful here. But we're not here because of this. We'll be here because of Pulse and Hex and the T-shares and Hexite. And Richard is always promoting that Hex is the perfect word because you cannot spell it wrong. And I was just posting into the chat this fun thing that T-shares, some people actually asked me, why are they always talking about T-shirts? So you cannot buy them in China. No, you cannot just, although Richard buys some T-shirts that are expensive, but there are like some little flaws in there. And what I thought and what I suggested to the captain was that I might, not start doing my own Hex stuff, but maybe do a regular on the Discourse Syndicate with a little bit of a different approach. Maybe do an AMA as well, but I would like redefine it a bit, and that would be the first word. I would probably turn it into answer me anything. Because there's so many people that
don't even know what an AMA is.
They're doing all the questions, and but maybe they should figure out the answers themselves, and that's maybe an idea. I don't know yet, but so I'm here for tonight, and we'll just listen into what you've been talking to. I mean, I've been on here since you've started, and the captain's not here. But hi to him as well. He maybe view it later or something. And so I just listen in a bit and then might just grab a word.
All right.
Time.
Well, the captain's at the Catalina wine mixer with his stepbrother. And so they're busy singing Boats and Hoes on stage. So I don't know when that'll be over. So he probably won't be joining us tonight. But
I hope not.
Well, yeah, but we'll be seeing him, a lot more of him next week. So
we don't want to see that side of the pirate. No,
right? Hey, thanks, you guys, moderators. You guys rock. So I appreciate you guys keeping things civil in the chats. So
now, KNTX, finding out that the captain is at some sort of wild soiree. That reminds me, there's an update about Vegas. Is it okay if I make a quick announcement here?
Yeah. Well, yeah. No. Nope. Sorry, Maddie. No announcements here. No. Of course, man. Go ahead.
So the Mob Museum, the place that we have to meet up there is not going to be open as early as we thought for such a huge crowd. So we're going to be down the street at the Cat's Meow, which is a brand new karaoke bar, and the owner said we can take the place over. It's all ours. And so in honor of Ski Cat, we will have karaoke, and you'll be able to pick up your badges and shirts and everything at that location there, right around the corner from the original meetup spot. That it's just more and more people sign up. We have 200 Hexicans who have planned ahead. So I'm excited.
That's freaking sweet. We got some regulars to the show that you guys might know. And before you guys say anything, I just got to say, Valiant Brand, you are the man.
There's the man.
You're the best, bro. You and every Hexican. Man, if there's an award that goes out to the most dedicated Hexican to all the streamers out there, I haven't seen a video that hasn't had a Valiant Brand comment on it. You are the freaking man. And we appreciate you showing up here, buddy. Thank you for always regularly being here.
He's quick too. It's hard to beat him to the comment
you
section.
can't beat it. Yeah. First, Brandon's here.
Hey, I want to say something before the guys take over here. Hey, when you guys go into Vegas, security. Be careful with your 2FAs, your phones, your chips. I mean, everyone knows that everyone's going to be there. So there's some smart hackers out there that can clone your devices, that kind of stuff. Be really careful. I would just recommend bringing a secondary phone that doesn't have anything to do with your 2FA.
Yes. Yeah, I said that last FN Hangout. You guys, $30 is all it takes to get a burner phone.
Yes.
$30. $30 is the phone and the service for a whole month, unlimited talk and text. You don't need to take the phone that has any kind of personal information, including your email address.
Yep. Hexican rule number 1: the Dream account. Leave it at home. Don't bring it to you.
Leave the Dream account at home.
It's stuck for 10, 15 years. There's no event, no pulse, no nothing is gonna change that. The thing should not be walking with you. Leave it over there. So you have the separate account for that. So.
Yep. And it's also important to dress for the occasion. So Hexotic Joe Hexotic is shopping for the Billionaire Boys Club swag so he can keep up with Motley in Vegas. So dress for the occasion, guys.
What the fuck?
So funny, man.
So well.
What's going on, everybody?
Well,
good to see you.
Guys.
I just want to say this is the first time I've been on stream with both Kareem and Wales Only. I just want to say it's a privilege to be on the same stream with you guys at this time right now.
Privilege, wow. I'm privileged to be a part of the community.
Just made your bucket list happen, Tim, and we'll see you later. Thanks for coming. Glad we can make your dreams come true tonight.
Give me more than a few drops in my bucket, man.
All right. Let's milk this bad boy. Stop
it's funny.
killing me short.
It reminds me, I feel bad for Markable every time KNTX. Oh, bad. Just give me like I'm on my way to work, right? I'm so busy in the morning, but I'm trying to catch the stream on my phone on the way. And it's just like so many times. It's just so hilarious. Man, bless his heart, man. He's just cool. But
It's streamer abuse.
Right.
That's exactly what
Streamer abuse. Well, we all need the monkey butler to make fun of, you know.
He got jokes.
Monkey butlers is his big deal, but he just trolls so hard on the stream. I'm just like, no. Sorry,
it's a beautiful dynamic, man. I
he loves
it's
doing
so
it. He
hilarious.
definitely loves doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it,
It's
dude.
so funny. It's so funny.
Our crew on Tuesday and Thursday mornings, man, like it was just supposed to be a temporary thing, but I enjoyed it so much that it's like you guys, we created our own little chat just so I can post a link in there so they all have it if they want to show up, if they can make it.
Nice.
The dynamic just works out so well. I was just like, let's just make this a regular thing.
It does. It really
Yeah,
does.
I think it's really good because I remember at first too, like, because you're by yourself and then you do those interviews. I was like, oh man, I wish somebody can, be with KNTX. And then boom, that's the part of the community, man. For just showing up. Like, I remember, Matt inviting me and inviting Wells, and then boom, and then now we became a thing,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny
I love it.
And then I get excited. I'm like, okay, I need to add value. Like, what can I do?
Yeah.
Like even today, like earlier, I saw the sign. I was like, fuck, I got to tweet about this because I know fucking people. Repetition.
Hey,
we're
literally
fucking shit. I saw the sign, dump that shit, and now it is.
yo, we're like a couple trades away from 8.1 cents.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Damn.
This shit is just crazy. This is crazy.
You know how you tell people once and they're not gonna fully do so, just a little bit. And I'm like, no. I'm sure there's some idiot out there that still got a bunch of ETH, and I'm like, let me save him from himself.
Save him from himself.
I mean, literally, you
Yeah.
the value, the thing crash, and then look at the pump. I mean, just think about it. We're pumping 10% a day for the last
Where is ETH right now? Anyway, the last time I saw it was like 22 something.
It's ugly. It's
Yep.
ugly.
It is very ugly. And if it retraces back as far as Richard Hart thinks it can, now's a great time to put it in something that's going to appreciate, and then and you can buy it back later.
I wonder what that would be.
I'm not certain. I'm hoping you guys had a suggestion because I'm just not certain what that digital asset might look like.
Let's see. Maybe we can go check some coin ranking sites and find a good one. Who knows?
Only something in the top 10, possibly the top 5. You know,
probably the top 5 would be ideal. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, it's been an exciting day. I can't stop looking at Staker. I hate it. It's an addiction, but
yeah.
But Randy is so right. Like, I don't know if you guys caught earlier in the stream where Randy said that he was emotional looking at it earlier, talking with his wife. I mean, this is life-changing for people, guys. This is life-changing. I know it's changed mine, and I bet everyone here on the stream could attest to the same thing.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Correct. I'm not far off from my annual salary already, and it's only been, 7-8 months?
Nice.
That's
crazy.
So sweet.
And I'm just talking about price performance.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not even talking about your money printer.
Yeah, right. Yep. Right. I mean, that's the best part, right? I always talk about them independently.
Yeah.
All we can do is laugh.
Well, because you put them together, it compounds, and it's too big of numbers for people to grasp.
Yeah, it gets video game like. And then it becomes hard for people to wrap their heads around. I mean, look, you guys already see the numbers are already video game like without putting them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the copy.
Right. And that's without the copy and without a lot of things that are about to happen. I mean, this is just going to be crazy, man. What if, right, Bitcoin breaks 30,000? What if Ethereum breaks 1,800? Right, that's automatic top spot for Hex. Easy. I was talking with Johnny Aguilar on Hex last week, on his stream last week, Wednesday, and we were just chatting. It wasn't even anything deliberate, and and we were just talking, you know. And all of a sudden, I'm like, yeah, Hex could hit $1 by the end of the summer. And he's like, hold on, you mean we can be number 2 by the end of the summer? I'm like, holy shit, I don't even think of it like that. But basically.
Wow.
Because market cap doesn't mean anything. People
it's vanity.
Are going to have to learn that the hard way.
It's so true. Because the price doesn't care that you think there's a cap because the market is so high.
Correct.
Price doesn't care.
Nope.
All that price cares about, all that the price literally cares about is that there's more people buying than selling. And we have that.
Yep.
And that's the difference between a project and a product. Because once you understand that and what the product actually does, literally, like I've said many times, price becomes irrelevant. Money will always go where the yield is. And as long as that yield remains high, guys, there is no limit. I'm not saying that in a crazy formal way. There is no limit. As long as the yield percentage is maintained, it doesn't matter where you come in. You get your yield. People that are coming in right now, you put $1 million, you get it, and you stake long enough, of course, you will get your yield.
That's right.
And the price actually going because it's literally perfect asymmetry. It's liquid enough. Price goes up. Your entry point is protected. Literally, now you even incentivized to push the price up. That's what you know the rumor or not, whatever about the exchange. It's in their best interest to push the price up. Then you add sacrifice. Then you have all the other game theory on top of that. It's even more insane. And one more caveat. Well, it goes back to what you said the other day. It's like once you understand
caviar, you got caviar. Man, you're rich.
No, of course.
We like to have caviar on the side for when we get
hey. You know, when you got a little bit more money, you can experience different things, I guess, right?
Yeah,
it's that good, but I heard it's a good try. So
the system works and no matter when you get in. So it's like it's always a good time. Yep. Like you're getting that APY regardless. Exactly. You get in, even if it takes you a year to figure out how the system works, like you're still getting in at a good time.
That old Chinese proverb. The old Chinese proverb. When is the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the next best time? Right now.
Yeah.
Amen. And that's what the product is designed to do. That's why we talk also about, like the earnings per share and stuff like that for people to understand why it's so valuable. But again, it's easy to make money. It's hard to keep the money. And the thing that I feel the most grateful about, besides the community and Richard, of course, is the fact that we're helping people preserve.
No way!
Where the hell's he been?
That's why we had to be on the street. Well,
watching in the background.
I told you.
Just when you think he's not watching. Huh?
That's what I was gonna say.
Hold on.
Ski Cat.
Is Maddie's Ski Cat on the low?
So
He magically disappeared right when Ski Cat dropped the bomb. What's really going on?
Oh shit! Where's Hexo? When is Hexo? Somebody call Hexo.
Right? Great point.
Somebody call
Great
Hexo.
point.
Ski Cat's in the chat. What's up, Ski Cat? Happy 8 cents, my brother.
So,
my sister. I don't know. He or
Thank
she.
you for the $500, but we would have just been happy to. We haven't seen you in so long. We would have just been happy with a comment. You're so benevolent, man. So magnanimous. We appreciate you, brother. Your contributions have been life-changing for so many people. We were trying to calculate how much Hex you've given away to people, and it's life-changing wealth for people that in 10 years wouldn't have made that money at 8 cents right now. So thank you. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for being so generous. You didn't have to do that, man. I don't know what to say. That's that's so generous.
Ski Cat reemerges.
Yeah.
I think for me, even right now, it's confession time. Like, shout out to Ski Cat once again. Like, he inspired me. Like, that's what I wanted to do, the promotion. When I did the free wallet and the hoodie, I was like, yo, we got people like this in the community, man. That's crazy. Because obviously the OG knows, but like back in the day, man, Hexo put in some work. Like, again, there's some few people, Hexo, RG, but definitely Hexo. Obviously, Steph at first. Like, when I first got in, I'm like, is this thing gonna last or not? And then seeing how people behave, it was, man, it gave me so much confidence. Then I invested. Then I don't want to feel like, imposter syndrome. Like, man, you're getting all this money. Like, what the fuck are you going to do? Like, how are you going to give it back? Because that's just my nature, right? So I was like, boom, I'm going to start adding content, doing it. And then Maddie came in, all this other stuff. But, man, Ski Cat. When I saw Ski Cat, that's what I realized. Okay, I got people that think like me. Abundance mindset. Spend it forward. It will all come back, man. Network effect. And, dude, shout out, man. You're an inspiration.
Yeah.
It's him and the Godwell, man. I'm like, all right. 15 years, let's go. I gotta hit.
Oh man, Ski Cat, you're awesome, brother. Thanks for showing up. It is good to see it that you're still around, because I know that there's a few of us that have worried, like, man, I hope he's still a good solid Hexican, and man, we'd love to meet this guy at some point in time in the future. So I'm glad you're still part of the community, man. There's a lot of people that still love and have admiration for you. So
absolutely.
And I know, especially one young lady who's never made a lot of money in her life has 2.5 million Hex thanks to Ski Cat. It's worth a hell of a lot of money right now.
Dude, that video was fire, man. That touched me. I almost had tears.
And that was real. I mean, those were real tears from her. Like, that was real emotion that was pouring out of her. She literally had to get off the stream because she couldn't compose herself.
I felt it. Genetics, I swear to God, I felt it. You know what's funny? I felt it, and then I started streaming to her stuff, and then I fell into the website, and I look at, oh shit, it's a nice hoodie, and I see a black dude. I'm like, oh shit, that's me. What's going on here? And I was like, all right, we're doing a promo. Let's go. So all started with Ski Cat, and then expanded from there. So
don't want to leave out any of our other generous Hexicans. Hex Famous, thank you so much for the $50. Keep spreading good word. We flipped ADA. That's right, we did. That is right, we did. We got BNB coming next, and then we're gonna put Tether in our sites. What do you guys think about that?
That shit don't count.
Gonna put the non-crypto in our sites. Yeah.
And Wells, funny joke, right? Let's talk about this. And then watch how like Tether get in trouble, commercial paper, DX is rising right now.
Yeah,
then
I forgot about all
liquidated. Oh man, it's gonna be a shit show.
It's funny because that's kind of why I did that repo stream, because all
Fire
of that
stream, brother.
All of that stuff is related. Yeah, all of that stuff is related.
Facts.
And people out here not, crypto people aren't going to really understand any of that. So they're irrelevant from that perspective. But the rest of the market is going to get caught slipping.
Yeah,
because,
absolutely.
I already talked about that. I don't want to go into it again. But you know, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Ski Cat has opened the gates of giving. The gates of giving. So
competition.
Hextoshi, $55.55. It's a paradigm shift that how most of us are in different time zones, yet late or early, we're all here together because of the time value of money. Hey, I like that. That's a great comment. Regardless of what time or time zone we're in, we're all together because of the time value of money. Love to.
Hextoshi had a really nice tweet. Did you guys saw that when he was doing the ranking? And then putting the years and stuff, that was pretty cool.
Who was that? Where he put how many years old the coins were?
The coins were. He had that really cool Twitter post. If you guys saw that, it was really cool. That's putting the average years of which, and then like you see nice hex there, putting perspective, which is great.
Yeah.
So, damn, look at that. Whoo, fire. Yep.
Wow.
Exotic money.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
The second giving tree, man.
That's amazing. But you know what? That's the thing, right? Like I receive donations randomly from people, and you know, it's like Hexicans are just looking to give, man.
Yeah,
you know?
It's
Hexicans
true.
are just looking to give, and it's
man.
Yeah, and it's not even
part of the psychology.
Yes, yes. It's like people in the community just naturally think that way. You know, it's just crazy because, you know, even what I do, right, it's not about giving people money. It's about helping people realize what they need to do to keep the shit, right? Because look at what happened with people buying Bitcoin and Ethereum and to the top.
Mm-hmm.
All we did was tell people for months, hey, you might not want to do that, right?
The crypto gurus. Well, talk about that. No, seriously, because they have no clue. And then slowly they start to realize, it might be a bear market, and they flip. You guys saw that BitBoy video? It's so epic about how he tells you we're going to 200K, and then it's like, let me teach you today. That video is so fucking good. The meme is epic. Whoever put that together,
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
It's like last week.
I only saw the latter part. Oh shit!
And this is what we're trying to teach people. Those guys, because I'm in sales, I can see bullshit from a mile away. Those people, they just hype stuff, and they because so really, who agrees with me? Who the fuck is those people? Where's the facts? Like, no, it's not a sentiment thing. We're telling you, watch out. This is what's going on. Big money is doing X, Y, Z, and this is the frustrating part. We don't like what they're doing, but we're teaching you how the game is played. You don't need to like the game, but understand how it's played so you can protect yourself, let the other people get wrecked, and then you actually protect your economic value. Then you can buy back in better. We're actually, it's to be about Hex, we're actually protecting our own community. Because number one, the product is that good. There's no zero-sum game. I don't need to take money from you or whatever. The system is well designed where it's like everybody benefits. So I'm actually even incentivized to help you protect your capital so you don't lose it. You can still do the right thing, you know what I mean? And this is what we're doing with our streams to make sure people understand the difference between those crypto furus and the real people that actually care for you. Some of them, I will say this, they're not malicious, but it's the blind leading the blind. But this is what happened before. No, they don't understand. Everything's connected. You can't ignore regular market. When you don't know what Tether actually represents, when you don't know how to look at crypto quant, where is the premium? Because we're at different level. That's what we talk about the other stream about, like, no offense to El Salvador, but like, no offense. Guys, listen to this. Harvard Endowment Funds has more money than the GDP of that country.
Of course.
It's like, it's a different game. Bitcoin is no longer hundreds of dollars or thousands. It's 30, 50 coins. You need big money. And you got to watch out what big money is. So if not, that shit ain't going to go up. It's not going to go up.
Nope. So let's talk about El Salvador for a little bit, right? We talked about this a little bit earlier in the week.
Real quick, I got to give credit to Randy Hilarski. Check out the super sticker. Thanks for $5, Randy.
Number one.
Money's money.
Yeah. I love it, dude. Eddie. Number one. That's all. I wish it showed. It's a Shibu Inu saying,
I think it's a cat. It's a cat. It's a cat.
Oh, no way. It's a Shibu.
No, it's a Shibu.
Is
That's
it?
A Shibu,
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah. The Shibu giving up and admitting that Hex is number one. That's
okay, so I subconsciously did that.
Awesome. That's right. You subconsciously did that. Eddie, thank you for the $100, buddy. Thanks to you all for keeping the community thriving. See you in level Hex to $1.
Las Vegas.
I was like, yes, we are going to the next level.
Everybody that show up to Vegas, you get a big hug from me. That's gonna be like boom. It's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be great.
Bring your hand sanitizer, fellas.
I'm super healthy, so I know about it.
Hey, someone take care of that for me, please, in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why I brought up the Cat's Meow. It was a coincidence that we're honoring Ski Cat, and then Ski Cat reappears.
Dude,
and so having this attitude of gratitude that Kareem talks about, and seeing Hex as a community that continues to pay forward, right? The knowledge, the education, donations, people putting in time and energy, and so another thing you can ask yourself at this point, whenever we're at the Cat's Meow in Vegas, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Ooh, this is good. This is good.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
Anyone? Think about that for a second, guys. Think about that for a second. While we throw up the Shibu Inu in samurai armor saying number one. There you guys go. There it is.
So, Maddie, I keep the exact song as a surprise, but I have like a really, really cool
perfect
rap R&B song that I have, and then it's gonna be crazy. Oh, trust me, I'll tell you what. Okay, no formal price percent, but if we cross, not even if, scratch that. When we cross 10 cents, I'm gonna do a video. It's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna drop a song. It's gonna be crazy. Hexicans, you remember the videos where Kareem is dancing in the car? It's gonna be crazy. I already got the song in my head. I'm just waiting for it. When we get to that point, shit, get ready. It's gonna get minimum 150 likes. I already know. The beat is sick.
Yeah, we need a boats and hose video immediately.
Banana boats.
Find the hose, that's for sure.
Oh man. It's gonna be great.
So
I'm so surprised, Kareem. I'm surprised you weren't in the military, man. You talk just like us, motherfucker.
It's funny because
I gotta tone the cursing down when this motherfucker's around. You know what I'm saying? You can't be both dropping F bombs every other word.
I think the American way. It's funny because when I speak French, we don't curse as much like that. It's
that is American.
French, somebody can curse at you and you won't even know it. Like it's just so smooth. Yeah. Like it literally, you know, it's the cursing at you. You don't even know.
Because it's a Romance language. It's Spanish is the same way. Yeah. Spanish is the same way. When you speak in Spanish, it doesn't sound rough or crude at all. It just flows. But English, it gets a little hairy. Because words have different kinds of inflections in English than in Spanish. So that's why.
Most of my friends, especially in the US, believe it or not, most of them are military. It's funny because we have a lot in common. Because a lot of them, first of all, that's just not a stereotype. That's a fact. They're somewhat well-traveled. They've been around the world. They are more down to earth. Like we get that common ground right around. You know, there's no disrespect. It's more like meritocracy. And also we have kind of the same kind of like once we bond, it's like you're looking out for one another. I know it sounds crazy, but those basic concepts, and they understand the value of, personal development, attitude of gratitude, take care of the people. Your word is your bond. Like shit that I grew up with, and then I realized that I grew up in a kind of military environment. I know it sounds crazy. It's only when I got to the United States where it's like my funny story, right? My first couple of years, I'm like, people are too nice to me. I'm always like, guard up. I'm driving my bike or whatever. I'm like,
in New York, you would have been right at home.
You need my interlock. Like, I'm worried that somebody's going to steal shit from me. Like, don't trust nobody. This, that, because you realize that sadly, your environment makes you like that.
Correct.
You're too nice. You get taken advantage of. That's why I had to rephrase things like, don't be nice, be kind. So you don't lose that kindness in your heart, but you're not punk. Like if somebody's going to be like weird, no, you got to write them off because if not, they're going to be a leech. You got to be careful for that. So, but then you start creating that inner circle, and then those who deserve that trust, that whatever, like you call me, do you need something? You need a place to stay? Like I've had friends and they do the same thing for me. You're stuck in the middle of nowhere, 3-4 hours away. What do you need? I will drive to go pick you up. When I'm not even know the story or this, I'm like, that's my boy. I'm gonna go make it happen. Like this kind of bondage, it's more valuable than money, and that's something that we had to grow up with because you can be rich today. The fucking war happens, you lose everything, and the people you used to talk shit to or do the weird stuff, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that guy, yeah, no. it's that real good sweat equity, community equity, whatever you want to call it. There's no dollar amounts for that. And to me, that's the biggest gift that I'm so proud of with the Hex community and Richard, because he created something that those like-minded people can come route towards. And that's the most grateful thing.
I just wanted to play this since we have Ski Cat return.
Yes.
Those of you guys who aren't familiar with Ski Cat or what he's done for people, I just want you guys to know this is the kind of community we have.
Hey everyone, it's Crypty Girl. I just got off the show Discourse Syndicate. It's a live stream for the Hex community. My hosts RG3 and Dollar Cost Crypto were both amazing gentlemen. While I was on the show, I was asking questions about Hex, learning more about it. This was my first time on. The Hexican community welcomed me with open arms. They were all extremely generous and supportive. While I was on the stream, sorry, I'm still emotional. While I was on the stream, they gifted me 2.5 million Hex. Ski Cat gifted me 2.5 million Hex. And I had to get off the stream early because I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude. And that means so much to me. Thank you so much, guys, for your generosity. I bawled my eyes out for maybe 7 minutes right after getting off, and I'm recovering now. But as a Gen Z, I truly don't have that much money to invest in cryptocurrency. Don't let my background fool you. I've worked hard with my savings to buy these panels and make a nice set and do my best to look presentable for the community. And that's just to educate new people about cryptocurrency. And I think it's going to do a lot of good for the world, as well as Hex, guys. Hex is not a scam. Hex is, you can think of it as like a certificate of deposit with amazing interest, amazing. And it's DeFi. Anyway, you guys should look into it. These people are amazing. They're good. Thank you guys so much.
Nope, Joe, you're not alone.
No,
it's okay. It's okay to ball,
man.
After you get off.
Every time that video.
That's right.
16
no shame.
Views.
No shame.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot of views.
When was that posted?
December 2nd.
Thanks again, Valiant Brand, for the new $5. Man, you're just so generous. I appreciate you. Hexicans blast through all gatekeepers. So that was back on December 3rd. Oh, December 3rd. So sorry to kind of throw that in. Oh my gosh, Wales. Dude, you're on the stream, bro. You can just say what you want to say, man.
I figured it would be funnier that way, man.
Exactly. Drop the emoji too.
I just figured it would be funnier that way. It would have more effect.
Oh, I love it. Well, it came through loud and clear. $30.69 worth. What is a gatekeeper? This is
Gatekeeper can't stop us, man. The content is
right.
too pure, man. Too natural. Can't be stopped.
Look, I've been saying this since day one. And the price performance in Hex has carried to a T exactly how it's supposed to perform because it is actually decentralized. Right?
Yes.
It doesn't move with the rest of the market for that specific reason.
And that's why it works.
No crazy reflexivity, bots, bullshit, none of that stuff.
None of that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
None of the fake DeFi.
None of that fakeness. Mm-hmm. This is actual, real, decentralized crypto that is actually a financial product.
Yep.
AKA absolutely. Real decentralized finance. Imagine that.
Real trades, no spoofing, no wash trading.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, exactly
like that's a big chunk of the crypto market. That's why stable coins now are part of the highest volume, right, in market trade. Like if you look at volume traded for Bitcoin past 24 hours, and I'm looking at nomics.com.
Right.
And he's gone. What happened? I didn't kick him. I promise. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I cut myself off. I refreshed the wrong webpage.
For a second.
I use like freaking 4 different browsers. I'm like a freaking retard over here, man. It's just different browsers for different reasons.
Shout out to Hex Monkey. Great donation. Much love and gratitude.
Everybody's just throwing money away today. It's crazy. Buy Hex instead. What's wrong with you people?
That's right.
Let's get this thing to 10 cents.
True.
I love it, dude. That's awesome. So much love and gratitude to all you diamond-handed Hexicans. Thanks again, Hex Monkey, for $36.90. We really appreciate that. That is a great comment there. That is a great comment. Not only are we a very giving and with our time and with our resources, time, talents, and treasures, but also with the way that we treat the system. We treat the system the way it's meant to be treated. We hold our stakes like we promise we're going to. We hold up the system and the system state so that others can come in and can profit from it. And then we continue to evangelize to other people about it. Maybe we are a cult. Maybe we are a cult. But you know what? If financial freedom is the salvation we're selling, then it's damn well worth it, because there's too many people in the rat race right now. Gosh, I can't even keep up with all you guys. Bit Finesse, thank you for the $19.99. Sorry if this has already been discussed, but I talked to Johnny, the lawyer filing the cease and desist for CMC as a Hexican. Great. DM at CCFX Studios for a donation address if you want to see CMC list hex correctly. Hashtag lost.
We ain't playing no more.
Hey, man. You know what's funny? Me and Johnny were talking about this like 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago, just on Twitter randomly. And I was just like, and we were just both of the same mind. I didn't think he was actually going to do something about it. Holy shit. Like, we were just talking like, yeah, dude, this is completely fucked. You could definitely take him to court for this. Like, this is obviously an issue, right? Because they're defaming, slandering. They're doing all kinds of shit. On top of that, unethical business practices. So, you know, they're running just, I mean, look, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I could be one because I know how to read. So I don't know what kind of counsel they got, but they might want to find some. And that's all I really got to say about the coin market crap. I mean, they're just a joke from top to bottom. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's very disingenuous, because when you see some of the shit coin that they list, or worse, things that just come out of nowhere that happen to be on BSC, so then it gets listed. It's like, what's the deal about? You can't have it both ways. You can't put, we're going to make sure we do due diligence, but then on the other hand, you list way worse, straight up scam. Like, when you know it's a scam to the point where the project is telling you that this is a scam.
Right.
Like, they're literally telling you, and then you list them. Like, what? Come on now.
That's crazy.
It's hurting a lot of people. I mean, there's actual damage being done financially for when they're willing to list something that's an obvious scam, and then something else that's been around for 18 months. We're still not even in the right spot. Like, how much money have people lost only using the #1 coin aggregator and not even knowing Hex exists?
More than the total value locked in Hex, that's for sure.
I'm almost certain of that. So Dominican Willie, thank you for the $5. I have nothing to say. I just want to see y'all balling out. Thought I'd ball out too. Well, much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Guys, my biggest frustration with this is that when I talk to people who are the people who are already in crypto, they're so conditioned to only respect CMC or CoinGecko, and I say to them, look, these are my baller friends, right? I'm like, hey, you need to look at Hex. And they go to CMC. Dude, it's ranked 201. Look at the goddamn market cap.
Yeah. And that's not even the right market cap. See, that's the thing that frustrates me is you go to Etherscan and you can see the actual total coin supply. And if we're going to count Satoshi's coins, you got to count the whole market cap of Hex. So because those aren't in circulation, those Satoshi coins aren't in circulation.
Well, you know how that goes. It only matters when it doesn't apply to them.
Yeah.
I was just trying to onboard somebody today, and he like Googled Hex, and it was like the price, the market cap's all fucked, and it's just like he's like, well, I mean, I hear your passion, I believe what you're saying, but I'm Googling it, and it's like nothing's coming up that like it looks like it's projected to be 12 cents by the end of the year. Like as I Google it, it's like you're looking up stupid shit on Google. Like fucking listen to me.
So part of the history is that 2 or 3 years ago, CoinMarketCap started publishing this methodologies section that they use in order to gatekeep, and it was a part of a coordinated effort to, at the time, maybe help some people. Randy, you may know more than I do, but it was meant to fight people who are gaming the system, and so they said, here's a syndicate of 25 different exchanges. And the exchanges have to list you, And then if you're listed on X number of exchanges and your volume is quote unquote transparent on those exchanges. Now that was before decentralized swaps came into effect. Decentralized exchanges were invented. And so maybe it was a good methodology back then, but now they're using that as intellectual cover when they've since been purchased by a centralized exchange, and they're falsely, so even though they're sticking to their methodology, which they've published, the world has changed. And so in order to go at them, I think we're going to have to, and that's what the law does, right? Like it's able to look at all the evidence and to be able to see that it's against the spirit of what they're claiming, against the spirit of the law, and that they are deceiving people, they are gatekeeping, having unfair business practices. And so I'm excited to see them go down.
Amen. Because they purposely said it. They manually put us over there.
So yeah, it's based on these, and I can put it in the chat here. It's based on these criteria that's listed on this website, which it looks like they've taken away some of the details that they used to have on there. Of course, again, because they've gotten corrupt, right? They got bought by a centralized exchange, and so that complicates things. But nevertheless, Hexicans are staked for 15 years, and so we have nothing better to do than fight for the truth and expose the corruption that true DeFi and crypto was meant to solve.
Yeah, I just want, not just because it pumps our bags, that's a tertiary effect, but the fact that we can change people's lives, we can change their destinies with this product, with this financial product, finished financial product that's going to be duplicated soon, and I don't want people to miss that. I really don't want people to miss that. You guys are going to get a copy on a whole new chain, a whole new infrastructure, and so I just that to me it's almost it's the most selfish thing you can do by not sharing this with your friends and family.
100%.
Hey, if this is totally within reason for them to invest, I mean, that's up to them. I'm not saying force this on anybody, but they at least need to have it known to them, and then let them make the decision. So here's that tweet you were talking about. I just want to circle back around, Kareem. So these are pretty old coins. One is only 1.5, and it's number 5. What?
How about that?
How about that?
Happened? That's weird.
Yeah.
Whoops.
And then Hex Toshi, I like your emoji game, man. You're getting there. You're getting there, man. You bring that light out of people. I just love. This is like the most healthiest, funniest way to sometimes troll a little bit, but bring the light out of people. So I like the colors and then the format that he used.
You spoke in Kareem's language with all the emojis.
Yeah, exactly.
You see that part where he says, "Jump in and join us." You got the little water drip, the swimmer, and the happiness, man. That's it. We celebrate.
I love it, man. That's awesome.
Come to the beach with the sunlight. We got you.
So funny, man.
Can I make a comment about the subject of the lawsuit?
Sure.
I'm a pure I'm the anarcho-capitalist. I'm probably, whales only. You probably agree with me in a lot of ways here. I don't want to get the law involved. I believe in the free market economy. They will go down. Their ship is going. They're already.
Oh yeah, they're
sailing
going
away.
to go down. Yeah, they're going down regardless. Look.
So we got Nomics. We got Plain Paprika.
I don't know how often you are on Twitter, Andy, but I see it on Twitter. People are mad.
Fed up.
Look, there was this guy I saw, I think it was yesterday. I don't know I can't remember who he was tweeting to, but the guy was genuinely upset. Like you can tell in the way he wrote, like he was pissed that he was hidden, like Hex was hidden from him. So you can't pretend to think that other people are not going to feel the same way. You're goddamn right they are. You better fucking believe it. You better fucking believe it.
And they're seeing those tweets. They're seeing those tweets.
Oh yeah.
Strong.
Oh yeah. You better believe it. Yes, nothing is hidden in this world.
I mean, if you go down to you got 2 meat markets. You go down, someone finds a rat in the meat. The word travels fast, man. And everyone goes to the good meat market.
And this is the power of grassroots too. Again, somebody that understands also the power of door to door, for example, because you can't stop that because it's genuine. You know, this is actually, people forget, this is actually what also made Tesla popular, for example. They didn't spend all the money on ads and whatever. It was word of mouth. Like when I was referring my friend, and when I got my stuff, I just went to the website and boom, boom, boom. So that is something that you can't stop. And when it explodes, you're going to pay the price. It got so bad. KNTX, there's another tweet. Actually, Nomics started to troll CMC. They have
you see that meme?
So epic,
that
bro.
meme, did you see it? I gotta find it. Oh my god, I gotta find it.
Wait, are you gonna list us? And then you see the
oh my god, hold on. That was too funny.
That was Nomics that did that.
Nomics even.
That was Nomics, yeah.
I saw that meme. Wow.
I messed up a
graphic, man. It's going up.
I messed up a bowl and everything, bro. Like I almost spilled my food.
I did see this.
Saw that,
I did see this.
There it is. Nomics is smart. They're like opportunity, baby.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I wish I would have awesome. Yeah, that was super funny.
It used to be like 1% or 2% of CMC. Now it's like 6%. Like they catching me like the what they call the eyeball per minute or whatever.
Yeah, clicks per minute or whatever it is. Click per impression.
It used to be 2%. Now it's at 6%.
Oh my god, golden. Guys, check this out. So in the past 24 hours, I guess this is hold on. Yeah, past 24 hours, the highest trading volume in the crypto market is, guess what?
USDT?
Yep. Exactly. 83.88 billion versus Yearn Finance at 63.5.
Wow, Yearn.
With Bitcoin behind it at 44 billion, basically. And Ethereum in a distant fourth at 30 billion.
So you're saying wash trading going on?
Sounds like a lot of that to me.
Just like we told you guys on the stream, they bring in the ringer. They bring in.
You're talking about 80 billion in dollar trading. There's no fucking fixed income market here. What the fuck are they trading so many dollars for?
Yeah. And let's remember what Wells showed the other day, yesterday, I think, or 2 days before. There's $500 billion that got took out of the repo market.
Yeah.
$500 billion. We're talking real money. Okay. Yeah. Elon money.
That's no longer floating around the market. Yeah.
That's like a third of the whole crypto market. Real money, which we know is kind of inflated in a way because you only need about maybe like 10 billion to push the price. So when you see that, again, quick math is when it gets removed, that's going to create a supply shock. It's going to affect the traditional market. Shit's going to correct. Then, remember, Tether, commercial paper, they need to pull some of that money out because money is leaving the system. Like Richard said, when the money leaves the system, it creates that heavy reflexivity because they used to get that free money, Fed's pulling the plug. That's how they do the finesse in the background. People don't understand because they have to understand the plumbing, right? Fed accommodate, help. For the last couple of months, we told you guys, hey, they're closing the facility. They stop helping. This whole Biden controlling, that's the speculation. We don't even know if the money's coming. They literally pull the money out of the plumbing. It's just every time they do that, right? Well, it's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. That's exactly why I made that stream. And that's exactly why I ended it saying just that. It's just the start of something, right? Like the chart I shared at the end, I didn't go into detail because I didn't want to, but all the spikes you saw before that, right? Like if you remember that chart, that white chart at the end, you have that one big spike all the way at the right.
Sick.
Biggest. And then, the biggest on the chart, pretty much. And then you have this big gap where nothing's happening for the most part. Very small things, very small reverse repos. And then prior to that gap, that's all monetary policy that was going on because of QE. Right? That's what that was. So are we restarting this game because things are about to go bad, or what is exactly going on?
So I don't know if you guys have been watching, but they just printed 650 billion in SDR, in special drawing rights.
Let's talk about that. I haven't even talked about this. Hold on.
Dude, it's like they're preparing for the Black Swan event.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Correct.
by the way, this is how they do their bullying. This is how they're going to try to get El Salvador, because people don't understand. And I know this from Africa because that's how they get those countries. People don't understand.
Let me talk about it because that's exactly where I was going.
Bullying at the
They
high
got
level.
people, they got countries, excuse me, borrowing in SDRs.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes with footnotes.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
many footnotes. Look, guys, I've read these kind of documents from front to back. I'm a weirdo. They play games, man. They play games with people's futures, and the people that are selling their country out, they don't care because they're getting their cut, and they're getting their cut in a Switzerland account. You feel me?
Yeah.
They're
We're talking
gone.
heavy cut. We're talking money that your whole generation. I mean,
So for context for everybody, real quick, Blue Bum, that's a great question. Special drawing rights are a basket of currencies and assets. So they're literally buying with these SDRs other countries' fiat currencies and assets and putting them in this basket. So it's their way of collateralizing, just like USDT does with with fiat dollars.
And you need to understand that it's controlled by the monetary fund, the IMF, ECB, big players, because ultimately they're the one that get to decide what to do with the money. And those are the one calling the shots. And those are the one usually loaning money to the quote unquote
You guys,
poor country.
hyperinflation is coming.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't print this amount and not have some kind of hyperinflation
I'm pretty sure I did a
event.
stream on that, and I'm actually going to do a stream on that Sunday specifically.
So you guys
Inflation
are
and taxes.
you guys are lucky. Those of you who have the T-shares that are going to have this money printer are going to be very happy if you're not already. And here's the thing, guys. The millionaires, the bottom millionaires are going to be middle class soon. So let that sink in for a second, guys.
Because the cost of it is going to be stupid. And for those who missed the report, because I mentioned it on Tuesday and it came out yesterday, that's why I created a spook. The inflation numbers came out 5%. It was insane.
We've been talking about that for how long?
It's yeah, exactly. It's worse than what they expected. So now that's why the Fed got spooked. It's like we were hoping for 2% and we got 5%. Then they pulled the plug.
That level of inflation is the highest since guess when? 2008.
And that spike that Wells talked about, 2008 was a smaller spike compared to that.
Yeah, but they've changed the rules twice since the 80s.
And I need people to understand something too. When they talk about money printing, understand something. The level of debt that we're on is so massive that they need to print billions a month just to maintain. Because there's also deflation happening. Shit is crashing. So they print just to stop the crash because the velocity is so high. So when you see trillions, there's trillions just to make it net neutral. They need to print a minimum of $60 to $80 billion a month just to maintain the heaviness of the load.
I've heard the same. I've heard the same.
You can't solve this out. So when you hear big numbers, that doesn't mean it's going to go to crypto. There's a big number just to maintain because the bubble is so big.
Right.
So
it's about. Go ahead.
Blue Bum, the answer is tomorrow if they were wise. That's the right answer. That's probably not the answer we're going to get, though.
Yeah, probably not. No.
I mean, if you guys watched Doug Casey's video that he put out today, it's Doug Casey. I don't know if you guys know who Doug Casey is.
I do.
Legendary in the financial markets.
Yep.
And he said, look, crash is on its way. So
yeah. I mean, I hate to say this, but
I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've
been talking
they've
about
tried
it for a while, but now it's like
every freaking Hail Mary possible to try to keep this from happening. And now they're at the point now where they can't hide it. And they're just like, all right, we're just going to do it. We're just going to do it right in front of your face.
Yep.
So Hex Kong, how's it going? Thank you, sir. It's almost as cool as the Shibu Emu, but hey.
Yeah, it's cool enough. What's up, brother? What's up, Hex Kong?
Kong, it's always good to see you, brother.
Their game plan is simple. They're gonna do this. They're gonna crash it, and then here's your Fed coin. It's already the play. They're gonna do that. They do the vaccination first, go back. They're gonna crash the market first because they have to create again dialectic. The reason they need to go back to work at McDonald's because you don't want to go back to work because you figure out the system about just staying home with your computer and you make more money and you get all this free money. So they have to shut that first. Go back to despair. Go back to work. And then they're going to crash it even more, let the thing fly. Look at the banks. They're so bad. We're not going to bail them out this time. And then because for the big central bank, the little banks, they're like the middleman they need to get rid of. That's their competition. get rid of, to centralize more. And they'll be like, they're so bad, but I lost all my money. What do you mean they're so bad? Oh, but don't worry, here's your Fed coin. And just like they do with the third country, here are all the notes, the footnotes, and the thing that you can spend the money with, the things you cannot spend the money
Programmable.
with. Oh yeah. That money,
Jack it from your wallet on a
take the
whim.
option away from you. That money is not receivable over here. For those who know about how like food stamps works, stuff like that, it's free money the government gives people, but there's certain place you cannot spend that money.
Yeah,
It's gonna be like that, but digital.
There's gonna be people lining up to go to the FEMA camps.
Yep. OX Will 693. Thank you, sir. Such quality content here, everyone. Cuatro Cinco Club. See you guys in Vegas. Thank you, OX Will. I appreciate you, brother. That is awesome.
Hey guys, does anybody recall what Hex did during the flash crash of March of 2020?
It did.
It did, but was it what compared to like Bitcoin? Because I know Bitcoin.
It was a 30% dip, wasn't it?
Let me check. I got the chart up.
Look at it this way. If you look at it in USD, if shit crash, it's gonna go down a little bit. But if you look at the Hex ETH, it actually pumped.
Actually, Hex was already on a downtrend from early February, and it just finished. It literally finished that day. Like that pump or that dump was the day that loser, I think, ended his stake, and that was pretty much it. He made the bottom.
Yep. That was the beginning of the.
Yeah, like that's what it looked like. I could tell that's what happened because the chart makes no sense there. So that's the kind of move you get.
What was the famous video? Remember?
Well, seems like T-shares did a certain thing that they always do on that day.
Go up.
Yeah, they were consistent. I'm going to tell you that much.
Trust first interest.
So maybe
paid at the same time and everything.
I don't know if Whale saw this interview, but I just recently saw a Kathy Wood interview, and I disagree. I mean, she's more of an expert than I am. She runs a hedge fund, but I disagreed with her her assessment. She believed that there was going to be deflation coming, almost a hyper deflation situation, and I don't see that as a possibility. But I don't know.
Here's the problem with Kathy Wood. People don't understand.
I can talk about Kathy Wood. Yeah. She's So here's something you guys got to understand about these hedge fund managers and how they become quote unquote famous. She just happened to catch the right trade at the right time. That's all. And that's it. Like and with that, right. Like we're catching this one. But here's the thing. She's gonna be a fucking small potato compared to us. And that's a fact. Because she's not gonna have the price performance that people already have. FYI, not gonna have it. She's just not, because stocks don't move like that. They're not 24/7. I've already explained this, right? Like she's got to wait a long ass time to try to catch up to us. We're gonna be years ahead of her.
And here's the bigger problem with people like that. And I'm gonna give you guys an analogy. They're being glorified for no reason, because what she does is that you forget that she's more macro view because of the level of the money that she managed. So when she say what she said, people think literally that, oh yeah, she's right, it's gonna happen next week. No, she always played the safe play. It's like saying, hey guys, Bitcoin's gonna be 6-figure at some point in about 2-3 years. Everybody can fucking say that. That's easy. We'll worry about what's gonna happen the next. What about like a month or two? That big dip that's about to come right now. So because then she can switch the narrative, because that's a sales trick. Because when the narrative is, and then she can come with another excuse. Oh yeah, it's because of this, or we had a capitulation. Dude, a fucking week ago, she was talking about how we're going to 75K plus, and then the whole thing, oh, that was just a capitulation. This is a sign of the bottom. And then we're going back to 45K. It's just a rebound, and guess what? Now we're back again. Like no. So they always make the assessment based on the long term. So she sound right, but in the nitty-gritty of the moment, the short term, which is the hardest part to do. She's not looking at the nitty-gritty about the little small details. Like, no. Like, she knows that commodity pumps first, like what's doing because of inflation. And then once we reopen the economy, demand start to catch up. And then people realize that they have excess inventory because during the crash, we didn't have enough. So every company overbook, because I see that in my company too. And now, oh shit, we overbooked the inventory, not enough people. And now the whole thing is going to crash. So you need to understand that she's not worried about you in the short term, because her fund is like long term. She's talking, about 10,000. Yeah, it's going to happen 2-3 years from now. Inflation definitely going to help. But what about the fact that, like we talked about on Tuesday, hey, watch out. She's about to dump, and it dumped. because they have Bitcoin on their balance sheet, $1.5 billion. It's in the fucking red. They bought it at 35K. The moment it goes below that, they're in the red. Next quarterly earning right around the corner. If you own that shit, it's about to be crashed. So we'll fucking tell you, like we'll tell you, hey, watch the fucking long-term trend line. Ethereum is about to crash. Hey, go to CryptoQuant. They're not buying it. There's no premium. Like they don't go to that level deep. They'll just play that game, disappear for many months. Nobody hear about them. And then once the thesis becomes correct again after the next bounce, they're gonna show up and tell you how great they are. That's what those fucking people do. Meanwhile, you got wrecked in between.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What sounds like Peter Schiff.
Yeah, I know, right? So David Sticks, 100% certainty. And they're all going to be central banks.
About this before.
Yeah, 100% certainty.
Yeah, they're already talking about it more and more every day. It's in the news.
Yeah.
Yep. So we've been on for almost 4 hours, guys. If you guys want us to continue, please put some comments in the chat. Let us know. Yes. Let us know if you're okay with us ending the stream or if you guys are gonna support us to stay up. So you just let us know. We just need some commentary.
Thing. The most political BS I've ever seen. They even hired Elizabeth Warren, the socialist lady from here.
To talk Bitcoin, right?
I think she knew better, and that's why they picked her, because she's usually like
she has no shame. She has no shame.
She attacks the bank, so she was the perfect credible person. But the way she talked, you can clearly say she has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
She has no.
We need to regulate cryptocurrency because of that. Like even though I don't
it's
like
politicians are schmucks, man.
You said the problem was the banks.
And then the way she's asking questions, she was asking questions to lead to the CBDC. And what if it's gonna happen? Is it better that we do that? She literally like leading on the question to make the answer for the person to say yes. It's like what? Come on now, get out of here. You lost credibility to me at least.
Yeah, look, I mean,
she used to attack Wells Fargo when she did that. Oh man, she got balls. I was like, yeah, respect. And then now she
was just attacking the bad bank.
You know what's funny? She probably did that because somebody said, Elizabeth, we're gonna give you a couple billion for your projects and you're gonna help the people. Just come on television for 15 minutes. Just read the script real quick.
Exactly.
Make the CBDC go. But that's how they do it, guys. I swear to God, that's how they do it. Come here, pass the bill, do this.
It's free.
We'll give you free
money. She
money.
wasn't saying anything until yesterday.
Yeah,
I know.
And this is how they do into our country.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's all the same thing.
Give us all the oil. Give us all the diamond. Don't worry about it. We'll give you $5 billion. Your family's taken care of. 5 generations. You got 5 houses, jets, kids.
Look, man.
The offer is so insane. Your brain can't.
Let me just explain something to you guys. As a person that's been in the military for a long ass fucking time and has been deployed numerous fucking times, I understand how these motherfuckers work. All they do is lie.
Yeah,
that's it. Period. All of them. Doesn't matter what state you live in. They all motherfucking lie. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the position that they're in.
They're politicians.
They're politicians. Period.
By definition.
And exactly. And by definition, they have to lie. And it's really that simple. All you got to do is look back to history. If you don't want to believe me, it's been since the beginning of time. And the institution of government, which is just simply to control the minds of men. Like, seriously, we need to wake up, realize that this shit does not fucking work, and do something else. And it's clearly doable because we do it every fucking day.
Yeah, that's the epidemiology of government is just mind control.
Correct. Words are very important. I don't play when I speak. Listen up. Shit is real.
Yep.
Yeah, and since we're getting paid like the IMF, what do we need the IMF for?
The people that work for the IMF don't even pay taxes. The people that work for the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, don't pay taxes. People that work for the World Bank don't pay taxes. Why the fuck are we paying them?
Well, and you brought this up on your last stream. And it's a great point. Why are we paying taxes when they're just going to print it out into existence anyway? Yeah. Why don't they just print what they're going to use for government spending?
Leave me alone. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do they even need us for that?
It's control.
It is. Correct. It's literally slave notes.
Correct.
Stay on your lease, bitch.
Yeah.
And no one.
And I like the point that you made on that, Wales, is that it's their debt, but you're the one tethered with it.
Correct. You're the one paying it. If you read what it says on a dollar bill of any value, it says Federal Reserve Note.
Mm-hmm.
That's a debt instrument, folks.
Yep.
You have a U.S. 10-year note that you were just talking about. Words mean something. Listen up.
It's your little slavery ticket. Come in. Just like the definition of the
You're
tax.
just going to learn on these streams. We ain't going to talk no bullshit.
You know, it's funny, if you go back to the history of tax, it's not even that old. Like the founding fathers, they never actually paid tax, and the economy worked just fine. People were living just fine.
Taxes are relatively a new convention.
You know,
probably about 200 years old.
You know what's hilarious? Now that I think about it, right? There's something that's hilarious. My dad used to tell me when he was young, because he built his company or whatever, did something crazy, and he had like a big scholarship to come to the United States, and then he didn't come. I was like, why'd you not come? And then he just casually joked, and I figured out once I got here, like, I just realized that, in the land of the blind, one eye is king. I know enough to be good enough. And he said, I don't want to pay taxes. So I understood. I was like, what? And now I understand. It's fucking crazy.
Murder. It's murder, bro. It's murder. And you would go ahead. You were going to say something.
I disagree. Like, taxes exist a lot longer time. I mean, basically, they exist since the settlement of people like
landlords
10, 12,000 years ago, more or less. And even speech, and
tribute
not speech,
is what it was originally called, right?
The written words, the first ones are, as you all know, were just bookkeeping ledgers and stuff,
right?
And not poetry. And now we're at a point where people do not like the politicians. I have also worked in politics, and basically all the people working there are totally underestimated in their really wanting to contribute to society in a good way. But there is dynamics going on that people don't understand. This is like, I started studying physics, and then I just, because of just personal reasons, didn't like that. We were like 102 guys and 2 girls in that like whole university of that physics thing, and I was like, no, this. And then I switched to economics. And economics, like, they say there is science, but then people tell you things that
aren't true.
They get Nobel Prizes that aren't any Nobel Prizes, and it is no science. Exactly. It is just observation of and
some
the
fiction.
First sociologists, they were laughed at, and but they were doing the right thing. They were looking at society as it is, and then they were getting into fights with the philosophers, because even Hegel said we're always we are late as philosophers, the owl of Minerva, she's always starting her flight when it's getting dark already. So they are late. So the sociologists tried to put statistics and figures, math, into observing society. And there's still, there are some concepts that have been, proven right. And there are microeconomics and stuff. But all these things are changing fast. Fast used to be 6,000 years, then fast used to be 600 years, then fast used to be 60 years, then fast used to be maybe 16 or 6 years, and now fast is 555 days or something like that. Things are changing. People don't know what's going to happen, and the models they make up, they might, take some data from back then, but they don't really understand what's just happening now. And we are really at the very, very, very avant-garde.
Oh, you speak French?
It's just a common term.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, it's like the people who are in the
tip of the
military
spear
terms. you're the you take the spirit. You are the guys that are like, you know, all in front going in.
Yes, on the front.
Maybe even like the Green Berets or something. Like,
yes, before the actual guard. So it makes sense. And you're absolutely correct.
So
all of those
they
people
don't know.
just make shit as they go. That's the problem, you know.
And all this money that has been printed. I mean, you say printed, it's like the easy word for it. Basically, it is exactly the same amount. You take like last year there were like every 17 hours there was a new billionaire. Wow. American billions, million, 1,000 million. And all the billionaires in the world last year made 5 trillion, American trillion, million. And this is about just exactly as much as the US and the EU spent on that COVID stuff by just not printing it, but rather putting it like as debt, right? Mm-hmm. But they take the debt, and then the interest on that debt in Europe is even negative.
Yeah,
love it.
You're getting paid to take the debt. That's how they enslave people.
And this, well, I don't think this is necessarily enslaving. This is just, I don't know, getting everything done somehow, because actually I am super positive, and I don't even care what they do, because I'm super positive, because like Richard says this thing, prolonging life. People say, but then like there will be so many people, and then he does this thing like, and I flew a lot, like I don't know, 15, 16 times within that COVID period, which is very interesting when you're like in an empty airport. I have pictures.
Yeah, because it depends on where you're flying.
But anyhow, you look down, there are no people stacking up. So this world can easily take 100 billion people, I would say. If you do it right, there's enough energy coming down from the sun.
I got some crazy mind-blowing statistics.
And this is happening just now. And you guys all listen to Lex and the guys he is interviewing. And there are some that are thinking about, well, maybe that could go wrong, but then we could just be better and faster and make it not go wrong. I mean, we were pretty lucky. There were only 2 atom bombs that were really dropped onto people, right? And
so hold on real quick.
But I see the future as immensely positive.
Good. I like that.
Starting with stuff that is invented now as we speak. And I have my pulse thing.
Good. All right. Good. I got some mind-blowing statistics for you guys. Did you guys know if we took the world population as it stands right now and put everybody shoulder to shoulder like they were at a rock concert, they would all fit on the island of Oahu?
Yeah, I agree.
Did you know if we lived in the same population density as New York City,
that's crazy,
that the whole world's population would only take up the state of Texas?
Yeah, there's so much human beings live by the water. Yeah, there's a lot of.
You can't tell me there's not enough space for more people on
this.
There's
definitely it's all fake scarcity.
Yeah, it's all manufactured scarcity.
The price.
That's right.
Perfect example: California. Why is the real estate so high? People
San Francisco, perfect example.
They don't idea that they manipulate.
They legislated that shit.
Yeah. Permit time takes forever, so they manipulate that. So houses are not keeping up, because the problem is they're building houses every year, but the demand outweigh the capacity that's needed. Number 2, you got big banks buying all the things, paying 50%, sometimes more than the regular price, to prop up the market to create that fake inflation, because they use that for equity, put down portfolio. You got that going on. You got all kinds of scam that's going on. You got to bribe people to get shit done. Like, what I mean by slavery, no offense, UFO, I need you to understand. People who have the means, it doesn't really bother them. Like me, I can care less. I'm good enough. Shit. Matter of fact, I have equity. I have stuff. They print money. It benefits me. But the little guy is actually being
priced
enslaved. It's called economic slavery, and we got to call a spade, because it creates that differentiation that's happening. So we got to let people know when I say taxes, it's not what it used to be. Better yet, back in the day, those who weren't even religious, it was almost voluntary. If you can help, you can. It wasn't mandatory. It wasn't like we're going to put the boots down your throat. Or better yet, you're paying for taxes, but you don't understand there's so many hidden taxes. Inflation, by example, is a hidden tax. It's a tax on all the other taxes. So you're paying tax, then everything that you're buying has sales tax on top of that. Everything that you don't understand about investment, you get taxed for that. And then they print the money on top of that. It doesn't make sense. You can literally cancel all the taxes and just print the fucking money. That would be even better.
In history, slaves used to be able to buy themselves out of slavery. Nowadays, no one even knows that they are actually living in a worse condition than people that were slaves. No, I mean, yeah, but this is this 12,000 years period that like humankind had to go through, and we have the opportunity to change this now. I think with technology. I mean, people said this, during the Industrial Revolution as well, and they had kids work for 18 hours in mines and stuff.
Yes,
but I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about totally different stuff.
Yes.
And I think some people like Elon and others really understand this and are the same way positive. But this starts with also creating a new way to, exchange things.
Yes.
I had this little book as a kid with like the monetary system for 6-year-olds.
Here's the thing.
It is still the same, and we're changing it.
Yes, I agree with you with the positivity, the optimism. I share the same view. The difference is I'm a man of action. That thing's not going to happen by itself unless people are actually putting the work. Technology is great. Technology is deflationary, which is the reason why those idiots has been able to print money and this shit lasted the way it lasted. Because if it wasn't for the innovation of technology, this bubble would have bursted a long time ago. But make no mistake, once again, if we don't say the right word and take matters in our own hands, that thing that's supposed to help us can turn into enslave us even more into the hand of the few, and then we lose all control. We get this illusion of we having freedom, but we don't. And then people are just going to completely fucking mentally disconnect themselves and literally go live in a virtual world because they're not going to.
That's true. Yeah,
it's going. That's going to happen.
And then we're in the fucking matrix.
The world is going to happen. There's going to be people that spend more time there than
in our community. Like, why is that? Because things are a bit different, and that can work for more than just the few of us without being a Ponzi or a pyramid. What is called? It can, because the productivity is going to be so much faster. So we just need to act. This is what you say. We have to do the action. We have to enable action.
Perfect example. Look at Hex. Richard was like, "Fuck this. You guys are not doing it right. I'm going to take matters in my own hand." Bitcoin is broken. We can't get the upgrade. We can't get the block increase. Shit's getting centralized left and right. I'm going to take matters in my own hand and I'm going to make it better. Hex shows up. Same thing with Ethereum. The fees, what's going on? How come it's a shame that with this many fucking developers, they can't scale this thing for 5 years? You can't bullshit me.
They can just not. They don't have like.
They got the sweet money. They got the sweet taste. They got the winding down. People told them how great they were. And then they got fucking complacent. Richard said, fuck that. We're going to make pulse. Because you got to take matters in your own hand. Oh, shit, don't. Wishful thinking can only take us so far. Everybody knows I'm super fucking optimistic. And the reason I back it up with action, I'm willing to go do the work. So I know I'm confident it's going to happen. Because if you don't, and you just wait for people, oh, yeah, they said they're going to do this. It sounds great. You don't know. There's real fucking evil out there, too. I hate to say it.
And if it's evil or not evil, the thing is, there's a word. This word is always the word trustless. Trustless is actually for an American or English-speaking person, it is probably totally clear what it means. If you translate it, it means without trust, you don't trust it.
Yes.
And I always explain to people what this blockchain is. It is common trust in common mistrust. So everyone mistrusts each other, and it still works. This is the idea about this whole blockchain thing. And what is being created there with all these programming guys, they just don't, you need a system for the guys who create it to just, make a choice. They cannot make a choice. There is no one who says we go this way, and this is what Richard does now. And this sounds very
see you later,
centralized, but
I want to say something.
Oh,
guys, I want to say one thing before I leave, because Kareem and Wales came in late. Guys, watch the latest 3 Mark Moss videos about the fourth turning, the 250-year cycles, the 80-year cycles. He talks about the financial cycles. He talks about the technological cycles. He talks about the social cycles. Get into it. You guys just talked about that whole thing and what's happening right now. All 3 are converging in a 250-year cycle, and we are about to explode. And I think if we do this right, the world is going to be amazing.
Keyword
in the next decade. If we do it right. In the next decade, it's going to be. They say by 2030, but let's not do it the way Klaus Schwab wants to do it. Let's do it the way we think it should be done.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not domination. Let's do it with freedom. But
guys, you have to be the guardian.
I love you all, but I got to get to bed, man.
We'll see you later.
It's 1:30 a.m. here.
You have a good one, bro.
Right.
Desmond Killerman, thank you for the $54 or €54.99 euros. Shout out to Maddie, Kareem, and Wales. Only Quant Gang consistently dropping knowledge bombs. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna come check out at some point in time. Ireland is on my bucket list. I'm gonna come check out your hotel, man. It looks so freaking swanky. I'm excited. So at some point, I'm coming your way, brother. Coming your way. I hate to cut the stream short, guys, but I got a very important funeral in the morning that I have to speak at. So, and I haven't even prepared anything to say. So hopefully I don't come.
No, just be natural. Let it come to you.
Yeah.
I usually do better that way than when it's all scripted out anyway.
Yeah.
So
see, with perfect cue, you can close it exactly at 4. So in conclusion, again, everybody.
Well, I'm glad I have your permission, Kareem. Thank you so much. You're so magnanimous.
You're still an hour short compared to our stream, but you're getting there, Kinetic. You're getting there. But no.
Thanks for having us on, brother.
From my side, thanks for having me for the first time.
Yeah,
and
buddy.
I will continue and start something.
Nice.
Probably
we'll see you in Vegas if you're coming.
Hell yeah.
Oh no, wait.
No, he won't be able to make it.
Who can't make it?
But we'll see him more on Discourse.
No, I cannot make it. Well,
next conference.
1% of chance. Yeah, it's different. It's vaccine stuff, whatever.
No problem, man. Well, we'll see you on we'll keep in contact and we'll be talking about the network. So, and what you can bring on as far as your knowledge. So that'd be great. Thank you.
Maybe a weekly little thing. Yeah.
Amen.
And we're still number 5.
Thanks for sharing. Still number 5. Yes. That's a good place to end right there for the night. So,
peace out, y'all.
All right. Well, I appreciate all of you guys. It's probably best we do this because it's kind of our thing. But
like Nerd Girl does it. Do a bridge, like the huge bridge.
Not gonna happen.